Chapter 978. Yun Zhongyang was in a sorry state. The 10,000 sword sect's genius, Palm, is right behind him. He's a sword cultivator with terrifying combat strength. Even Yuan Zhao wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Everyone's eyes turned cold as they looked at the young man who was brimming with sword chi. Everyone knew how terrifying sword cultivators were. Some sword cultivators who were extremely skilled in offensive techniques could even kill someone above their level. Palm's eyes were filled with sharp sword light as he stared at Yuan Zhao, who was standing calmly in front of him. He said indifferently, "Yuan Zhao. You've hidden your strength well. Even I was fooled by you. I didn't expect you to have reached the mid-stage heavenly venerable realm." Yuan Zhao smiled faintly and said, "Palm. You're not bad yourself. You haven't used the 10,000 sword sect's offensive sword technique yet, have you? You must be planning to use it in the third stage of the test, right? Hee. Perhaps you'll lose your life if I use that offensive sword technique," Palm said arrogantly. Yuan Zhao's eyes were still calm as he said, "Perhaps. But we'll only know after the third stage of the test." Palm took a deep look at Yuan Zhao and frowned slightly. This Yuan Zhao really hid his strength well. Even now, he still couldn't see through Yuan Zhao's depth. Palm snorted coldly and stopped not far away from the valley. He knew that with the 10,000 sword sect's signature offensive sword technique, even Yuan Zhao wouldn't be able to compete with him. The title of newcomer king would definitely be his. Now, only the Blue Whale dynasty's crown prince, Yun Zhongyang, is left. Everyone's eyes shifted back to the heavenly venerable Ironman cavern. Since Yuan Zhao and Palm had come out, only Yun Zhongyang was left. All three of them were monstrous heavenly venerables. Their battle prowess far exceeded that of an early-stage heavenly venerable. There shouldn't be any problem for them to pass through the heavenly venerable Ironman cave. Therefore, no one was surprised that Yun Zhongyang had come out. The heavenly venerable Iron Man cave's Palm Tree and Yuan Zhao have both come out. Why hasn't Big Brother Zhuoan come out yet? Kanan and Gatha both whispered worriedly. Xian Xing and Mo Lingtian exchanged glances, seeing a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. The two of them were well aware of how powerful Zhuoan was. Even if Zhuoan were to challenge the golden exalted Iron Man cave, it wouldn't be a problem at all. But now, Zhuoan still hadn't come out. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had died in the cave. As for Zhuoan challenging the heavenly venerate metal man cave, the two of them didn't even think about it. After all, Zhuoan was only at the mid-stage of the supremacy stage. It wasn't realistic for him to challenge the heavenly venerate metal man cave. Outside the valley, Emperor Yan, Xiang Tianzuan, and the other four had strange expressions on their faces. This was because they hadn't seen Zhuoan's figure since the beginning. In other words, Zhuoan hadn't come out of the Iron Man cave yet. What's going on? Why hasn't Master come out yet? Xiang Tianzuan's eyes narrowed as he frowned. Could it be that he was delayed in the Iron Man cave? Emperor Yan echoed, but he had another guess in his heart. Whoosh! Under everyone's gazes, an extremely wretched figure flew out of the heavenly venerate metal man cave. When everyone's gazes fell on the figure, they were all stunned. The third person to come out of the heavenly venerate metal man cave was indeed the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's crown prince Yun Zhongyang that they had guessed. However, what shocked them was that Yun Zhongyang's right arm had been severed from his shoulder. He looked extremely dispirited and miserable. "Ah! Bastard, don't let me see you again, bastard." Yun Zhongyang, who only had one arm left, couldn't help but roar at the sky as soon as he appeared in the Iron Man cave. There was a boundless rage in his chest that he wanted to vent. Yuan Zhao and Palm looked at the wretched Yun Zhongyang in astonishment. They were quite familiar with Yun Zhongyang's strength. Although he was the weakest among the three of them, his combat strength wasn't weak either. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to pass through the heavenly venerate metal man cave. Although Yun Zhongyang had successfully come out of the Iron Man cave, the fact that he was in such a miserable state puzzled the two of them. Although the heavenly venerate metal man cave was filled with traps, it shouldn't be so exaggerated that Yun Zhongyang would end up in such a miserable state. Yun Zhongyang roared again as he came to a corner of the crowd with a cold gaze. At the same time, he scanned the crowd. When he didn't find the demonic youth he had met in the heavenly venerate metal man cave, his gaze turned even colder. At that moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. Most of the topics of discussion revolved around Yun Zhongyang. However, everyone's guess was that Yun Zhongyang's strength wasn't enough, and that he had been reduced to such a state by the traps in the heavenly venerate metal man cave. How did Yun Zhongyang end up in such a sorry state? With his battle strength, he should be able to smoothly pass through the celestial Iron Man cave. Qi Ji frowned slightly and whispered in surprise. The four old men furrowed their brows. They hadn't expected that a mere heavenly exalted Iron Man cave could put Yun Zhongyang in such a sorry state. It seemed like the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's crown prince didn't live up to his name. Only Qing Dong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Others might not have paid attention to what Qing Dong had said when he came out of the cave, but Qing Dong's sharp senses had caught it. The reason why Yun Zhongyang had ended up in such a sorry state wasn't because of the traps in the heavenly exalted Iron Man cave. It was very likely that it was a result of a struggle between two people. Moreover, the other party definitely wasn't Palm Tree or Yuan Zhao. After all, when Yun Zhongyang appeared, Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree both revealed looks of surprise. This was something that Qing Dong had already noticed. In that case, there was only one possibility. The reason why Yun Zhongyang had ended up in such a sorry state was most likely because of Zhuowen, who was only a mid-stage venerable. Because there were only 4 people who had entered the heavenly exalted Iron Man cave. Apart from Yuan Zhao, Palm Tree, and Yun Zhongyang, there was only Zhuowen. That Zhuowen isn't simple at all. He actually managed to put Yun Zhongyang in such a sorry state. Thinking of this possibility, even Qing Dong felt a chill in his heart. It was already terrifying for a venerable to jump 2 levels and enter the heavenly exalted Iron Man cave, but that Zhuowen had even managed to chop off one of Yun Zhongyang's arms. This wasn't a matter of whether or not it was terrifying, but it was too abnormal. Crown Prince. With your strength, you shouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state when you entered the heavenly exalted Iron Man cave, right? Blue Smoke came to Yun Zhongyang's side and asked respectfully. Yun Zhongyang's eyes were extremely cold as he shot a cold glance at Blue Smoke and said, "I don't need you to lecture me on my matters. Get lost." Blue Smoke's expression froze for a moment before a warm smile appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Since Crown Prince doesn't want to see Blue Smoke naturally won't fly around in front of Crown Prince like a housefly." After saying that, Blue Smoke landed on the other side of Yun Zhongyang. His eyes flickered with a cold light. "Yuan Zhao. Your Alcade Holy Dynasty is rich in gold-fragmented liquid. Can you give me some?" Yun Zhongyang suddenly turned his head and asked Yuan Zhao, who wasn't far away. The corners of Yuan Zhao's mouth rose slightly as he said indifferently, "Of course. However, I have a request. If you agree to it, I will give you a bottle of gold-fragmented liquid." "Speak," Yun Zhongyang said coldly. "What I'm curious about is, what did you encounter in the heavenly honorable Iron Man cave? How did you end up in such a sorry state? If you tell me about it, I can give you the gold-fragmented liquid," Yuan Zhao said calmly. Yun Zhongyang snorted coldly and hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right. Actually, there's nothing much to say. I was just unlucky enough to encounter the blood soul tree inside. After a fierce battle, that bastard took the initiative, so I ended up in such a sorry state." Yun Zhongyang was arrogant and unruly, and thought highly of himself. If he were to reveal that his current sorry state was caused by a demonic youth at the intermediate stage of the venerable stage, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Therefore, he would not reveal the truth. The blood soul tree. No wonder you ended up in such a sorry state. That thing isn't easy to deal with. It's amazing that Brother Yun was able to escape. Yuan Zhao nodded and a palm-sized jade bottle appeared in his right hand. He tossed it to Yun Zhongyang and said, "Based on our friendship, I'll give you a discount on this bottle of gold fragmented liquid. It only costs 1 million high-grade spirit stones." Yun Zhongyang received the jade bottle and was about to use it when he heard Yuan Zhao's words. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The market price of this gold fragmented liquid was only 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, but this Yuan Zhao actually asked for 1 million high-grade spirit stones. He was clearly taking advantage of the situation to extort him. What? Brother Yun, do you think this price is inappropriate? If not, you can return the gold fragmented liquid to me, Yuan Zhao said meaningfully. There's nothing inappropriate about it. The price is just right. However, my spirit ring and my arm were taken away by the blood soul tree, so I don't have so many high-grade spirit stones on me. After we enter the outer court, I'll ask the people of the Blue Whale Holy Court to bring you the spirit stones, Yun Zhongyang said through gritted teeth. Now that the situation was pressing, Yun Zhongyang had no choice but to swallow this loss. However, in his heart, he already hated that demonic youth. Sure. As long as Brother Yun doesn't go back on his word, Yuan Zhao said magnanimously. Then I'll have to thank Brother Yuan. Yun Zhongyang nodded and took out the bottle stopper without hesitation. He poured the gold fragmented liquid on his severed arm. Then, to everyone's surprise, Yun Zhongyang's severed arm miraculously grew a new arm. This scene was exactly the same as when Yuancheng's severed arm grew back on the boundless sailboat. Both of them had used the same miraculous gold fragmented liquid. The conversation between Yun Zhongyang and Yuan Zhao was naturally heard by everyone in the surroundings. They also knew why Yun Zhongyang was in such a sorry state. It was because he encountered the blood soul tree. No wonder he was in such a state. Everyone knew how difficult it was to deal with the blood soul tree. Without extraordinary means, it was easy to be corroded to death by the blood soul tree. The four old men behind the dean looked at each other and nodded. Then, the thin and tall old man said in a clear voice, "The second stage of the test ends here. Those who should have come out should have come out. As for those who didn't come out, they should have died in the Iron Man cave." Although this old man feels that it's a pity, the path of martial arts is like this. The strong live, the weak die. So. Chapter 979. The last figure whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air resounded like muffled thunder in the valley. The expression of the skinny old man who was originally speaking stiffened slightly and his brows furrowed slightly. Being interrupted while he was speaking was extremely uncomfortable for anyone. Another person came out of the heavenly honorable metal man cave. What's going on? Aren't there only 3 heavenly honorable monsters? Am I seeing things? Or am I hallucinating? Whoosh! 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 Everyone's gaze followed the sound of something breaking through the air and landed on the figure that came out of the heavenly honorable metal man cave. Everyone froze. Even the 2 monsters, Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom, were stunned and frowned. The dean, who had been calm and collected, suddenly had a flash of light in his deep eyes as he stared at the figure that had just appeared. The tall and skinny old man and the other 3 old men were also looking at the figure. The tall and skinny old man originally wanted to curse, but when his gaze completely focused on the figure, he was completely stunned. The main reason why everyone was stunned was that the figure that came out of the heavenly honorable metal man cave didn't have a strong aura. Not to mention a heavenly honorable, his aura wasn't even comparable to a golden honorable. He was only a late-stage supreme being. Is this a joke? A supreme being actually came out of the heavenly honorable metal man cave? Don't tell me that a supreme being can also pass through the heavenly honorable metal man cave. That's simply unrealistic. After a long silence, all the martialists in the valley were in an uproar. Their gazes were fixed on the figure in front of them, trying to see through him. The last person to appear at the entrance of the Metal Man cave was none other than Zhuowen. Ever since he made use of the energy from the heart of the Blood Soul Tree to advance to the late-stage Supreme Being realm, Zhuowen had been constantly shuttling through the Metal Man cave. Although he had found some good resources in the process, they couldn't be compared to the heart of the Blood Soul Tree. It could be said that Zhuowen's greatest gain in the Metal Man cave was the heart of the Blood Soul Tree. In addition, Zhuowen's breakthrough was delayed by half a day. Therefore, Zhuowen came out later than Yun Zhongyang. It's that brat. That brat really entered the heavenly honorable Metal Man cave and came out safely. This brat. The four old men looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Back then, when Zhuowen insisted on entering the heavenly honorable Metal Man cave, the skinny old man tried to persuade him. However, because of Zhuowen was stubborn, the four old men were embarrassed and left without caring if Zhuowen was alive or dead. But now, Zhuowen's appearance was like a slap to the four old men's faces. Of course, the four old men were most shocked by the fact that Zhuowen had broken through the heavenly honorable Metal Man cave with his sovereign cultivation. Since the Supreme Being the Supreme Being able Supreme Being a Supreme Being Heavenly Suprion on the Heavenly Honorable Supremon, if it was a Supreme Being realm genius from the outer court, it wouldn't be strange for him to pass through the Heavenly Honorable Metal Man cave. After all, after being nurtured by the outer court, the martialists would undergo a certain transformation. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising for a Supreme Being realm Supreme Being to pass through the Heavenly Honorable Metal Man cave. However, the person before them was a new student that had not been nurtured by the excellent Divine Academy. He was like an unpolished jade that had not been polished. Yet, he was able to pass through the Heavenly Honorable Metal Man cave as a Supreme Being realm Supreme Being. The four old men naturally knew what this meant. Although this youth wasn't the strongest amongst the new students, his potential was definitely the strongest. It's Big Brother Zhuowen. I didn't expect Big Brother Zhuowen to pass through the Heavenly Honorable Metal Man cave. He's really amazing. Kanan and Gatha were so excited that they clenched their fists tightly. It was as if they were the ones who had passed through the Celestial Metal Man cave and not Zhuowen. Mo Lingtian and Xian Xing were also indescribably shocked. The two of them exchanged a glance as a bitter smile appeared on their faces. It seemed like they had still underestimated Zhuowen. They truly didn't expect that this fellow would be so crazy. With his cultivation base at the Supreme Being realm, he had forcefully charged into the exalted Celestial Metal Man cave and even passed through it. It's actually that little bastard. Yuan Kong and Yuan Qing frowned slightly. They had not expected such an outcome. The three monstrous heavenly venerables, Yuan Zhao, Pom Pom, and Yun Zhongyang, finally lifted their heads and began to size up Zhuowen. Originally, supreme-level martialists were no more than ants in their hearts. They had never paid attention to supreme-level martialists, not even golden venerables. In a sense, the three of them stood at the top of the pyramid among the 30,000 newcomers. They didn't need to look at the people behind them because they knew that the gap between them and the others would only grow wider. But now, the Supreme Being that they viewed as ants had actually followed their path and passed through the exalted Celestial Metal Man cave. They were truly shocked. Among them, Yun Zhongyang frowned slightly as he stared at Zhuowen in doubt. He muttered softly, "It's not that demonic youth." Then who was the demonic youth I met inside? The demonic youth he had met in the cave had blood-red hair and blood-red eyes. However, the youth before him had black hair and black eyes. He also didn't have any demonic killing aura on him. The difference in temperament between the two was too great. It was unlikely that they were the same person. Therefore, Yun Zhongyang felt doubtful in his heart. The youth that had just appeared was also a supreme-level martialist. However, his cultivation seemed to be slightly stronger than the demonic youth. He was a late-stage supreme-level martialist. Zhuowen also noticed the gazes from the crowd in the valley. There wasn't much emotion on his face as he took a step forward and arrived beside Jia Nan and Gatha. Mo Lingtian and Xian Xing were also there. The instant Zhuowen landed beside Jia Nan and Gatha, Grand Lily, who was hidden in the crowd, also looked at Zhuowen. Is this the Zhuowen that the siblings were talking about? As expected, he only has the same name. It's impossible for the real Zhuowen to survive after falling into the spatial crack. Seeing the sallow-faced youth that had descended beside Jia Nan and Gatha, Grand Lily couldn't help but sigh in relief. Her heart also became much more relaxed. However, after relaxing, there was a trace of sadness in her heart. It was as if Grand Lily was a little disappointed after confirming that this person wasn't the real Zhuowen. In any case, her feelings were extremely complicated at this moment. She muttered in a low voice, if that Zhuowen also came to take the test, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be much weaker than this person, right? Thinking of this, Grand Lily's eyes became bewildered. She had actually sunk into a strange fantasy. What's your name? Suddenly, the dean, who was originally calm and collected, opened his mouth and asked Zhuowen. Whoosh! The moment the dean opened his mouth, everyone in the valley immediately burst into an uproar. Their gazes were somewhat strange as they looked at Zhuowen. After a period of time, they naturally knew that the benevolent-looking old man in front of them was the dean of the entire outer court. Previously, when Yuan Zhao, Palm Tree, and Yun Zhongyang had appeared, the dean didn't bat an eyelid. Or rather, it could be said that he completely ignored the three monstrous heavenly venerables. However, when this little supreme being came out, he actually spoke for the first time. Didn't this mean that the dean valued this supreme being youth more than Yuan Zhao, Palm Tree, and Yun Zhongyang, the three monstrous heavenly venerables? Sure enough, when the dean spoke, Yuan Zhao, Palm Tree, and Yun Zhongyang's pupils shrank. The three of their gazes converged on Zhuowen as traces of coldness gushed out from them. Zhuowen naturally noticed the cold gazes of Yuan Zhao and the other two. He sneered in his heart and didn't show any signs of weakness. Instead, he cupped his hands towards the dean and said, My name is Zhuowen. Earlier, when Mo Lingtian had reminded Zhuowen, he already knew that the benevolent-looking old man in front of him was the dean of the outer court. Furthermore, the dean's aura was terrifying, much more terrifying than Emperor Qing and Emperor Yan. He was at least a mid-level martial emperor. Zhuowen. Not bad, your performance was not bad. You were able to pass through the Heavenly Venerable's Metal Man Cave as a supreme being. You are the first one in so many batches of recruitment. The dean smiled and continued, if you are willing, I can let you directly enter the outer court and nurture you well. You won't need to go through the third test. Wow! The dean's words were undoubtedly like a heavy bomb that exploded in the hearts of the crowd. A continuous uproar rang out. What kind of joke was this? The third test was definitely much more difficult than the second test. However, the dean had actually allowed the youth in front of them to enter the outer court directly without going through the third test. However, everyone also knew that the supreme being youth was terrifyingly talented. After all, he had passed through the Heavenly Venerable's Metal Man Cave as a supreme being. In other words, although the youth's cultivation was only at the supreme being realm, his combat strength was probably at the Heavenly Venerable's realm. There was probably no one present who could achieve this. The four old men's faces were filled with disbelief. Why was the dean acting so strangely today? Why did he openly allow the youth to enter the outer court? Moreover, he even planned to nurture the youth well. This had never happened before. Although the Supreme Being youth's talent and potential were indeed very strong, it was too much to directly recruit him without going through the test in front of so many people. Zhuowen was also extremely surprised. Recruiting him without going through the test and promising to nurture him well sounded very good. However, wasn't the dean treating him a little too well? Moreover, Zhuowen could faintly sense that the dean was treating him so well not because he had passed through the heavenly venerables metal man cave as a supreme being, but because of another reason. As for what exactly it was, Zhuowen couldn't figure it out. Dean. Your way of doing things is really biased. This will make many new students bitterly disappointed. Qi Ji suddenly stood up and said. Qi Ji had no choice but to stand up because he still had a bet with Qingdong. If he didn't guess wrongly, Zhuowen should be in the group that Qingdong was in charge of. If Zhuowen was promoted just like that, it was obvious that the newcomer king this time would undoubtedly be Zhuowen. Chapter 980. The edge of a treasured sword is Hon. Qi Ji knew that if Zhuowen was promoted to the outer court by the dean, the title of newcomer king would definitely fall on Zhuowen. After all, even Yuan Zhao, who was the most talented and powerful among the new students, didn't receive such treatment from the dean. Even if Yuan Zhao became the newcomer king, he wouldn't live up to his name. At that time, the bet between him and Qingdong would be useless. Qingdong frowned and stared coldly at Qi Ji. How could he not know what Qi Ji was thinking? He snorted and said, Qi Ji. Perhaps you still don't understand. Zhuowen is the first person in history to pass through the heavenly metal man cave with a cultivation of the sovereign realm. Such talent is enough to be promoted to the outer court by the dean. Even the title of newcomer king belongs to Zhuowen. After all, he's only 20 years old and his cultivation is only at the sovereign realm. If he's also at the heavenly venerable realm, he'll definitely crush all the new students. Qi Ji's gaze was cold as he said indifferently, Qingdong. Don't forget the rules of our fine God Academy's enrollment. If the dean sets this precedent, what will the other new students think? The dean's smile faded as he glanced at Qi Ji and said, Do I need you to advise me on something I've decided? Or are you the outer court's dean? Qi Ji's expression changed slightly as he quickly cupped his hands and said, I wouldn't dare. Qi Ji definitely doesn't have such thoughts. The dean grunted coldly, and then his gaze returned to Zhuowen as he said with a grin, Zhuowen. What do you think of my suggestion? With your talent, it's inevitable for you to enter the outer court. There's no need for another test. Zhuowen's gaze was calm as he cupped his hands and said respectfully, Thank you for your kindness, Dean. Zhuowen is extremely grateful. However, I can't accept a direct promotion. Whoosh! An uproar spread throughout the square as everyone stared at Zhuowen as if they were looking at an idiot. This kid must be joking. The dean had personally invited him to enter the outer court, but this kid actually rejected it. Was his brain fried? The dean was taken aback and asked in astonishment, Since you're refusing, there must be a reason, right? Zhuowen's gaze was extremely calm from beginning to end. He asked in return, I would like to ask Dean, how can a treasured sword become sharp? Naturally, it needs to go through repeated polishing and forging before it can become a sharp treasured sword. The dean nodded and said without hesitation. The sharpness of a treasured sword is honed, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. The path of a martial artist is a path that is accompanied by countless difficulties, life and death, and danger. Since you have stepped onto this path, then there should be no luck or shortcuts to take. I'm very happy to receive the dean's recognition. Furthermore, I don't need to take the test to enter the outer yard. That's a pleasant surprise. But this will only stimulate the laziness and ease in my heart, and will not do any good to my martial arts. At this point, Zhuowen slowly straightened his back as a powerful confidence burst out from his body. At this moment, although Zhuowen's cultivation was not high, his confidence in himself and his unyielding willpower deeply infected everyone. There were even many people who felt ashamed of their inferiority in their hearts. Previously, they had all yearned for Zhuowen's opportunity to directly enter the outer yard, but Zhuowen did not agree to it and instead rejected it. This was because the youth standing in front of the dean had a true desire to pursue martial arts in his heart. Therefore, he treated all obstacles and difficulties as a kind of experience and tempering. How many people could have such a state of mind? The sharpness of a treasured sword is honed, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. The dean muttered the poem that Zhuowen had just recited. His eyes were filled with a dense light. This young man's state of mind was truly extraordinary. No wonder he was able to pass through the heavenly exalted metal man cave as a mere supreme being. Ha! Zhuowen, your state of mind is very good. This is the state of mind a cultivator should have. Unyielding, and unflinching in the face of life and death. A cultivator should have this kind of determination and willpower to face difficulties and go against the current. Zhuowen's rejection did not cause the dean to be unhappy. Instead, he laughed heartily and praised Zhuowen. Junior Zhuowen's state of mind is indeed good. Your future is definitely limitless. Qi Ji said with excitement in his eyes. Previously, he had been worried that Zhuowen would agree, so he had gritted his teeth and refuted the dean. Now, Zhuowen had taken the initiative to reject the dean. This meant that the title of newcomer king was clear enough. Zhuowen's potential was indeed terrifying, but after all, he was only in the sovereign realm. On the other hand, Yuan Zhao's strength had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly venerable realm, so Qi Ji knew that Zhuowen's future achievements would definitely not be weak. However, this time, the title of newcomer king would definitely be Yuan Zhao. At that time, Qingdong's 9 twists rejuvenating pill would be his. Qingdong frowned slightly. He also did not expect that Zhuowen would actually reject the dean's invitation. Although he wanted to persuade Zhuowen, after listening to Zhuowen's words, Qingdong also knew that Zhuowen had made up his mind to reject the dean's invitation. Looks like we'll have to bleed a lot this time. Qingdong sighed and said somewhat helplessly. Zhuowen's talent and potential were strong, but in the end, his cultivation was too weak. If Zhuowen was given a few years, he would definitely surpass Yuan Zhao. However, if he were to face Yuan Zhao now, it would probably be very difficult. This time, the title of newcomer king would definitely belong to Qi Ji. However, Qingdong did not regret it, especially after listening to Zhuowen's words. Qingdong had also thought it through. The path of martial arts was originally filled with trials and tribulations. Although he had lost the 9 twists rejuvenating pill, he could exchange it again in the future. He would just treat this as a form of training for himself. Since Zhuowen refused to enter the outer court directly, the dean naturally did not force him. Instead, he said loudly, "The second stage of the test is over. We can now begin the third stage of the test." As soon as the dean said this, everyone in the valley revealed excited expressions. They had gone through untold hardships to pass the first 2 stages of the test. Now, they had finally reached the most crucial stage. The results of the third stage of the test would directly determine whether they stayed or left. It was also related to their future path of martial arts. Brother Zhua. The dean personally invited you to enter the outer court directly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You actually refused. What a pity. Zhuowen returned to the side of the Jia Nan siblings. Mo Lingtian, who was standing behind him, said somewhat resentfully. Brother Mo. Everyone's choice is different. In my opinion, only by fighting for what I want can I better prove myself. Otherwise, it will only become an obstacle on my path of martial arts. Zhuowen shook his head. Hearing this, Mo Lingtian's gaze was complicated. However, he also knew that Zhuowen had already made up his mind. Moreover, he had already rejected it. Therefore, there was no point in him saying anything more. He only felt that it was a pity. The third stage of the test is about to begin. Let's see what the third stage of the test is about. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the dean. His eyes were bright. He knew that the third stage of the test would be personally presided over by the dean. I'm afraid it won't be simple. The second stage of the test has already eliminated so many people. The third stage of the test will only be more brutal. Mo Ling Tian said with a serious expression. Zhuowen nodded. More than 20,000 people had already been eliminated in the Iron Man cave test. Therefore, the third stage of the test would definitely be more terrifying than the Iron Man cave test. However, after going through the first two stages of the test, the remaining 7,000 warriors were considered the elites among the 30,000 people. Their combat power was extraordinary. At this moment, the Dean stepped into the void. With a stomp of his right foot, a terrifying yuan power condensed and turned into a huge bare foot. This huge bare foot stomped fiercely in the middle of the valley. Suddenly, the entire valley shook violently. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Rise! The Dean's dignified voice spread out. Then, everyone's pupils shrank as they realized that the entire valley had cracked open. Then, from the cracked valley, stone ramparts that towered into the sky surged out. Each rampart was tens of thousands of feet tall. The entire valley was enveloped by the walls. The environment inside began to dim and most of the sunlight was blocked by the walls. When everyone's gazes landed on the walls, they were shocked to discover that there were beast heads of various shapes and sizes in the walls. These different beast heads had their mouths wide open and deep passageways existed in their mouths. This is the 1,000 Beast Grotto. In the grotto, there is a deep passageway. In this passageway, there is an even more difficult test. Your goal is to pass through the test in the grotto and reach the exit. For this test, you must reach the exit as quickly as possible. At the exit, there is a jade token with a ranking number carved on it. When you obtain that number, it will indicate your ranking. Remember, there are only 500 jade tokens at the exit. That is to say, only the top 500 have the right to come out with a jade token. Only these 500 people can obtain the right to enter the outer courtyard. At this point, the Dean floated above the 1,000 Beast Grotto and quietly looked down at the crowd. Once the Dean said that, the crowd nodded. It seemed that the third stage of the test was about ranking. Although the Dean didn't go into detail, everyone knew that entering the outer courtyard would definitely bring benefits. The higher one's ranking was, the more benefits there would be. However, what made everyone nervous was that there were only 500 jade tokens at the exit of the 1,000 Beast Grotto, while there were more than 7,000 people here. In other words, at least 6,000 people would be eliminated. This kind of elimination rate was undoubtedly very high. Perhaps some of you with weaker cultivations will be worried that you won't be able to compete with cultivators with higher cultivations. However, you can rest assured that the 1,000 Beast Grotto will set its difficulty according to your cultivation. That is to say, the 1,000 Beast Grotto will increase its difficulty according to your cultivation. If you are a genius and possess strength that surpasses your cultivation, regardless of whether you are a mystique venerable or a sovereign, you will be able to quickly pass through the grotto's passageway. On the other hand, even if you have the cultivation of a heavenly venerable, if you don't possess strength that surpasses your cultivation, you will encounter many obstacles. Chapter 981. 10,000 Beasts Grotto. Alright. Everyone can choose their own grottos. There are almost 10,000 in the 10,000 Beasts Grotto, so there's more than enough for everyone, said the Dean indifferently with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the Dean finished speaking, figures soared into the sky one after another. Over 7,000 people in the valley turned into streaks of shadows as they flew onto their chosen grottos. Piss off! A loud shout rang out, attracting the attention of quite a few people. A venerable realm cultivator had just occupied one of the beast heads at the very top. Before he could even warm his seat, Yun Zhongyang suddenly descended and shouted at him with an unruly gaze. The venerate youth's expression was ugly. He said, "The Dean has already said that every grotto is the same. Moreover, there are almost 10,000 grottos in the 10,000 Beasts grotto. There's no need to fight over them, right? Yun Zhongyang stood high and mighty as Yuan power gushed out from his right palm and viciously imprinted itself on that person's chest. With a poochie sound, that supreme being youth spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The beast head grotto that he occupied was also taken by Yun Zhongyang. You really don't know the difference between life and death. You should be honored that this crown prince has taken a fancy to your grotto. You actually dare to talk nonsense in front of this crown prince. You are simply courting death. Yun Zhongyang indifferently glanced at the youth who had been sent flying and spoke indifferently. The youth landed miserably on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow, but he did not refute Yun Zhongyang, which was a rare occurrence. Yun Zhongyang was much stronger than him, so he could only suffer in silence now that he was injured. The others narrowed their eyes and subconsciously distanced themselves from Yun Zhongyang. Ever since Yun Zhongyang left the grotto in such a sorry state, his actions had become even more domineering and unbridled. Although no one could stand by and watch, no one dared to criticize Yun Zhongyang. After all, he was one of the three monstrous heavenly sovereigns. His strength was not something they could compare to. If they dared to stand out, their fates would probably be very miserable. Yun Zhongyang is really domineering. He actually dares to openly take someone else's grotto, said Mo Lingtian with a frown. Yun Zhongyang's domineering actions had displeased him. This is someone else's business after all. It has nothing to do with us. We just need to do our own thing well, said Zhuowen indifferently. Mo Lingtian nodded and continued, Brother Zhuo. Let's go up as well. There are 5 consecutive caves in the southeast corner. The 5 of us can go together. As he spoke, Mo Lingtian pointed towards the southeast corner. Following Mo Lingtian's finger, Zhuowen also noticed that there were indeed 5 stone caves that were empty. The 5 of them could fit together. Then let's go together. Zhuowen nodded and led Mo Lingtian, Jia Nan, Gatha, and Xian Xing towards the 5 grottos in the southeast corner. However, the moment the 5 of them stepped into the grotto, a terrifying sound suddenly came from behind them. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to turn around, Mo Lingtian had already taken a step forward and slammed his palm behind him. Dang! Dang! Mo Lingtian's expression changed slightly, and he actually retreated a few steps in the air. The figure that was originally behind him also retreated a few steps under Mo Lingtian's resistance. The 2 of them were evenly matched. Zhuowen slowly turned his head and saw the face of the person who wanted to attack him from behind. It was the 3rd prince of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty, Yuansheng. Yuansheng was accompanied by 7 or 8 people. Yuan Kong was among them. The others should be the other geniuses of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. However, Yuan Zhao was a maverick. He didn't follow the people of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. Instead, he found a grotto and waited for it to open. You're quite vigilant. However, our Yaoguang Holy Dynasty has taken a liking to the grotto in front of you. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better get out of here. Yuansheng looked at Zhuowen provocatively and said indifferently. At that time, Zhuowen had chopped off his arm in public on the deck of the boundless ship, causing him to lose face. Yuansheng had already secretly hated Zhuowen. Now that his eldest brother and second brother were here, he naturally didn't fear Zhuowen at all. Moreover, Zhuowen's feat of breaking through the heavenly venerate Ironman grotto as a sovereign also made Yuansheng unhappy. Therefore, when Zhuowen came out to choose a grotto, Yuansheng took the initiative and wanted to crush his spirit. Mo Lingtian came to Zhuowen's side and stared coldly at Yuansheng. Yuansheng's strength wasn't bad. He was actually able to force Mo Lingtian to retreat. However, Mo Lingtian's strength wasn't weak either. Yuansheng didn't gain much advantage in the fight just now. Do you think I'll give it to you just because you like it? Who do you think you are? Zhuowen stared coldly at Yuansheng and said. As soon as these words came out, Yuansheng, Yuan Kong, and the other geniuses of the Yaoguang holy dynasty revealed a trace of coldness in their eyes. Zhuowen was too arrogant. He knew that they were from the Yaoguang holy dynasty, but he still spoke so rudely. It was too rude. Yuansheng's eyes were as cold as ice. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a trace of white teeth, and he said, "You will know who I am soon." Then, Yuansheng took a step forward and instantly rushed towards Zhuowen. A golden scepter had appeared in his hand. He formed a seal with his right hand and muttered some incantations. Suddenly, a golden light gushed out and turned into a lifelike golden dragon. "Zhuowen, your arrogance will eventually bring you a lot of trouble and misfortune. As for you passing through the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave, I'm afraid it's also a kind of luck. I don't know what kind of method you used to luckily pass through. Now, I can immediately beat you back to your original state." Yuansheng's whole body was shining with golden light. He was standing on the golden dragon, and his chi had already reached the mid-golden venerable realm. It seemed that Yuansheng's harvest in the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave was not bad. He had actually reached the mid-golden venerable realm from the early golden venerable realm. It was no wonder that he had come to provoke Zhuowen. Perhaps, in Yuansheng's opinion, after his cultivation had advanced, it would be difficult for Zhuowen to challenge him. Therefore, he had come to crush Zhuowen's spirit. The dean and the 4 old men in the valley did not stop them. They wouldn't care about this kind of personal grudge. Of course, this kind of fight couldn't be too excessive. If someone died, they would intervene. Otherwise, they would lose geniuses because of this. At this moment, the gazes of many cultivators in the myriad beast grotto were gathered here. Especially when they saw Yuansheng shrouded in golden light, they all revealed looks of interest. Although Zhuowen had passed through the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave as a sovereign and shocked everyone, there were even more people who were doubtful. After all, they hadn't seen Zhuowen pass through the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave with their own eyes. If Zhuowen had relied on the power left behind by his elders, then it was possible for him to force his way into the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave. After all, when Yuansheng had passed through the golden sovereign Iron Man cave, he had relied on the Emperor's aura to barely pass the test. Then, Zhuowen might have a similar method. It was because of this suspicion that when Yuansheng made his move, everyone's gaze was on Zhuowen. They wanted to see how Zhuowen would deal with Yuansheng's attack. Under everyone's gazes, Zhuowen slowly took a step forward. A blood-red spear appeared in his hand. Then, he took a step forward and instantly passed by Yuansheng. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Because Zhuowen's speed was too fast, no one could see how Zhuowen had passed by Yuansheng. Boom! When Zhuowen returned to his original position, the golden dragon under Yuansheng's feet roared. It actually twisted and struggled a few times before instantly turning into countless rays of light. Yuansheng, on the other hand, was sent flying like a stray dog. His right arm had been cut off by Zhuowen once again. At this moment, blood was spurting out, and he was in an extremely sorry state. This scene was very similar to the scene on the boundless sailboat. Yuansheng's right arm had been cut off again, and it was because of someone. At this moment, Yuansheng was on the verge of going crazy and roaring angrily. He was unwilling, too unwilling. The first time, when he was in the early Golden Sovereign stage, he had fought with Zhuowen for a long time. Only then did Zhuowen manage to cut off his arm by a single move. Now, his cultivation had made a breakthrough, and he had advanced to the middle stage of the Golden Exalt realm. He was also facing Zhuowen, but in just one move, his attack was broken, and his right arm was cut off by Zhuowen once again. Yuansheng did not expect to suffer twice at the hands of the same person. He did not even dare to believe it. The entire rock cave fell silent at this moment. Many warriors stared blankly at Yuansheng's sorry figure, who had been sent flying with his right arm cut off. Their eyes were filled with shock. Yuansheng had come with such an aggressive aura, but he had retreated like a stray dog. Sky Origin's eyes were gloomy. Even he did not expect that Yuansheng would be defeated so cleanly. It seemed that Zhuowen had not broken through the Heavenly Sovereign Iron Man cave by luck. It was possible that he had really relied on his own strength to break through. With a cold snort, Sky Origin flicked his sleeve and a surge of Yuan Qi gushed out. He lifted Yuansheng, who had been sent flying, and brought him to his side. Looking at Yuansheng, who had lost an arm and his aura was weak, Sky Origin's face turned extremely ugly. In the distance, Yuan Zhao, who had already found the entrance of the rock cave, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze emitted a sharp light. You guys use the golden fragmented liquid to heal my third brother's right arm. I want to meet this arrogant brat. He dared to touch the people of my Yaoguang sacred dynasty. Until now, not many people have survived. After handing Yuansheng to the geniuses of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty behind him, Sky Origin took a step forward and swept towards Zhuowen. The coldness in his eyes intensified, and the aura of a peak golden sovereign surged out of his body like a mountain crushing down. Sky Origin has made his move. Mo Lingtian's pupils shrank, and his face turned ugly. The Yaoguang sacred dynasty was really hateful. They had come to provoke Zhuowen time and time again. It was really hateful. Sky Origin is not someone that Yuansheng can compare with. I wonder how many moves Zhuowen can take from Sky Origin. Yun Zhongyang said in an unruly voice. Sky Origin was also a monstrous genius whose strength far exceeded his cultivation base. Although he was only at the peak of the Golden Sovereign Realm, his battle strength had reached the early stage of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. If he had challenged the Heavenly Sovereign Iron Man cave, he would have had a high chance of passing it. However, for the sake of safety, Yuan Zhao had let Sky Origin choose the Golden Sovereign Iron Man cave. Chapter 982. Zhan Yuankong Boom. Yuankong's eyes shone with an intense sharpness that could not be looked at directly. A terrifying aura surged out from his body and swept out. It turned into a raging river that surged and surged. Moreover, this aura was getting denser and denser, fiercer and fiercer. It was like a snowy mountain that had exploded, surging and rolling like an arrow leaving the bow, like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, like a fierce tiger that had left the mountain. Rows of high wall-like waves whistled and roared with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. It looked extremely terrifying and frightening. What a terrifying aura! Yuankong's cultivation has definitely reached the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. Just his aura alone is so terrifying. His true battle prowess must be even more terrifying. Everyone's eyes narrowed when they saw Yuankong's long hair fluttering in the wind. The aura that Yuankong displayed was truly terrifying. It was even more terrifying than a peak Golden Exalt. It was very likely that Yuankong had already touched the barrier to the Heavenly Exalt realm. Given time, Yuankong should be able to break through to the Heavenly Exalt realm very quickly, and it definitely wouldn't take too long. Yuankong looked down at Zhuowen indifferently and said coldly, "You're very talented and have great potential. However, you show off too much, so I'm going to teach you a little lesson and let you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Do you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? Do I need you to tell me what to do? I just want to ask you, are we very familiar with each other? Zhuowen asked indifferently. Yuankong's face stiffened. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he snorted coldly, "Don't think that you're so full of yourself just because the dean has promoted you. There are many cultivators here who are stronger than you. You're not even on the same level as them." With that, Yuankong stomped his foot and instantly flew towards Zhuowen. He extended his right hand and a huge claw that was several dozen meters long appeared. It flickered with a cold light as it slammed down, wanting to rip Zhuowen apart. Azura blood spear. A sea of blood gushed out from the void behind Zhuowen. The sound of blood flowing filled the entire space. Then, Zhuowen swung his long spear. The sea of blood swirled and formed a gigantic blood vortex, which swallowed the gigantic claw. To everyone's surprise, Yuan Kong's terrifying claws did not last long in the whirlpool of blood before they were completely corroded by the energy of the blood sea. Boom! Zhuowen took a step in the air and swept up the boundless sea of blood. He swept towards Yuan Kong like a hot knife through butter. His long hair fluttered in the wind, accompanied by the surging sea of blood. His heroic spirit was indescribable. General momentum of heaven and earth. This kid's natural talent is really extraordinary. He actually comprehended the force of the heavens and the earth at the sovereign realm. However, this kid's spear force isn't very perfect, and it's full of mistakes. It still needs to be improved. Looking at Zhuowen surrounded by the sea of blood, the dean raised an eyebrow. He was a little surprised that Zhuowen could grasp the spear force of the heavens and the earth at such a young age. His talent was indeed not bad. However, the dean was a mid-level great emperor after all. His eyesight was much sharper than the average person. He could see that Zhuowen's spear force had many flaws. If an unpolished jade wanted to become a fine jade, it must be polished repeatedly. The dean knew that if Zhuowen successfully entered the academy, he would definitely become perfect. His strength would also grow rapidly, and he might even have the opportunity to enter the inner courtyard. General momentum of heaven and earth. Everyone could also see that the sea of blood energy Zhuowen used was extraordinary. They also recognized that it was a level higher than the power of concept, the general momentum of heaven and earth. In the valley, there were many who had comprehended the power of concept, but there weren't many who had grasped the power of the heavens and the earth. Currently, they knew that the myriad sword sect's genius, Pom Pom, had grasped the sword force, but Yun Zhongyang had not. As for Yuan Zhao, he had hidden it too deeply. It was possible that he had grasped the general momentum of heaven and earth. It's actually the general momentum of heaven and earth. It seems like passing the Empyrean Ironman Grotto wasn't a fluke. Pom Pom's gaze was sharp as he muttered to himself in astonishment. Yun Zhongyang's eyes flickered as he stared at Zhuowen's blood spear. He was very familiar with this blood spear. Back then, the demonic youth had used this blood spear to cut off his right arm. That demonic youth is this guy. Bastard, the myriad beast grotto won't let you off easily this time. Yun Zhongyang's eyes were filled with dread. At the same time, there was a trace of resentment. He had to avenge his lost arm. However, if Zhuowen was really the demonic youth, he knew that he wasn't his opponent. He needed to plan his revenge carefully. At this moment, the sea of blood whirlpool had already arrived in front of Yuan Kong. The latter's pupils shrank and he coldly snorted. He clawed at the void again, and a terrifying Yuan power poured out. It turned into surging waves of energy that enveloped the sea of blood whirlpool like a sponge. Ci. A strange sound rang out. The sponge-like energy completely enveloped the sea of blood whirlpool, causing it to freeze in the air. Explode. Yuan Kong spat out a single word. Then, the sponge-like energy directly exploded. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the sea of blood actually collapsed under this energy. Whoosh! The moment the sea of blood whirlpool collapsed, a figure suddenly shot out. A blood-red light rushed out from the countless explosions and instantly arrived in front of Yuan Kong. The blood-red light emitted from the tip of the spear was like a venomous snake at this moment. The angle of attack was extremely tricky. Sky Origin's expression changed drastically. With a flick of his finger, a bead that emitted a fiery red aura shot out. This bead was very strange. There were actually traces of purplish-black gas on the surface of the fiery red bead. Boom! A terrifying flame rushed out from the bead like a python and entangled Zhuowen's blood spear, causing it to freeze in the air. At the same time, the purple-black chi on the surface of the bead shot out with a swish, heading towards Zhuowen who was at the end of the spear. It wanted to completely devour Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fear as he stared at the purplish-black gas. He could sense that the purplish-black gas was extremely dangerous. Be careful. The purple-black qi contains extremely potent poison. Although your body is very tough right now, it will still be extremely troublesome if you come into contact with it, Xiao Hei's stern voice rang out in Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen also knew how terrifying the purple-black qi was with that, so he did not plan on provoking it. With a stomp of his foot, 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on his back. He turned into a bolt of lightning and dodged the purple-black qi. You want to escape? Not a chance. Yuan Kong snorted coldly. His right hand rapidly formed a seal as he tapped the bead in his palm. The purple-black qi instantly turned into a huge purple-black python. It opened its huge fangs and pounced towards Zhuowen like a bolt of black lightning. Its speed was actually not any slower than Zhuowen with his 3 pairs of lightning wings. Zhuowen was startled. The coldness in his eyes grew thicker. He tapped his forehead with his right hand and summoned the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. A dragon's roar rang out and a dragon's might shot out. Its several hundred feet long body blotted out the sun and instantly devoured the huge purple-black python. Swish! After the dragon's might devoured the huge black python, it swung its tail and instantly charged towards Yuan Kong, who held the fiery red bead. Its huge body came crashing down like a mountain, wanting to completely crush Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong's face darkened. He summoned the bead in his right hand. Immediately, his surroundings were enveloped by a sea of fire. The sea of fire then turned into countless flaming hands that grabbed the dragon's might. Rip! Countless flaming hands tore and a terrifying power erupted. The dragon's might was unable to resist and was directly torn to pieces. Let's see what other tricks you have. Burn! Yuan Kong snorted coldly. With a thought, countless flaming hands shot out and rushed towards Zhuowen from all directions. Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen calmly looked at the countless flaming hands that swooped down. His right hand held the Supreme Dragon Cauldron while his left hand slapped the base of the cauldron. Immediately, a dragon's roar gushed out again. Subsequently, a total of 81 dragons might flew out and intertwined with each other. It was a terrifying sight. Boom! 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 The dragon's might collided with the flaming hands, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Zhuowen instantly rushed out, bypassing the explosion and arrived above Yuan Kong's head. He raised the blood spear above his head and ruthlessly swung it down. Bang! 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 The blood spear whistled through the air as it rubbed against the air. The power of the blood spear was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Yuan Kong didn't expect Zhuowen to suddenly rush over at this moment and was caught off guard. He raised his hands and the Yuan power in his body surged out, forming a protective shield. Crack! Unfortunately, this protective shield was too weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. It instantly shattered and Yuan Kong spat out a mouthful of blood under this attack and fell down. This guy. After falling 100 meters, Yuan Kong twisted his waist and barely stabilized his body. He gritted his teeth and cursed. He raised his head to look for Zhuowen's figure, only to discover that the place where Zhuowen was just now was empty. Where are you looking? An indifferent voice sounded from Yuan Kong's back, causing the latter's hair to stand on end. Just as he was about to turn around, a blood spear heavily smashed into his chest like a whip. Poochie! Yuan Kong spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't even see Zhuowen's figure behind him before he fell down again without any strength to resist. Rumble! A deep pit formed at the bottom of the myriad beast grotto. Yuan Kong lay in the center of the pit, constantly coughing and struggling as blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The spectators all fell into a strange silence. Their gazes were focused on Yuan Kong in the pit below, their faces filled with disbelief. Sky Origin was a martialist at the peak of the Golden Venerate realm. It was understandable that a Yuan sage had been defeated by Zhuo Wen, but even Sky Origin had been defeated. Everyone finally believed that Zhuo Wen indeed had the combat strength of a heavenly Venerate. What a freak. He's clearly only a sovereign, but he can beat the peak Golden Exalt Yuan Kong into such a state. This kid already has the strength of an Empyrean. It looks like passing the Empyrean Ironman Grotto wasn't a fluke. Chapter 983. Entering the Myriad Beast Grotto swoosh. Zhuowen suddenly fell from the sky, arriving above the pit in an instant. Afterward, he stepped on Sky Origin King's chest and looked down at him coldly. He said coldly, "You said before that you wanted me to know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Now that I've stepped on you, how are you going to show me how high the sky is and how deep the earth is?" Sky Origin King only felt pain in his chest. He originally wanted to struggle to his feet, but now that Zhuowen had stepped on him, he fell heavily to the ground. He vomited another mouthful of blood as he howled out miserably. His eyes were filled with fear. How was Zhuowen so terrifying? Although he was a peak Golden Exalt, he possessed the power to put up a fight against early heavenly exalts at the very least. However, he had been defeated and stepped on by Zhuowen. Yuansheng, who was still healing, noticed everyone's expressions as well as the strange atmosphere in the surroundings. He frowned slightly. Yuansheng tilted his head slightly and looked down. Afterward, he saw something that he would never forget. His second brother, Sky Origin King, was currently lying in the pit in an extremely miserable shape. A figure stood on Sky Origin King's body, as if he was the ruler of the world. He was no stranger to the figure that stood on Sky Origin King. It was Zhuowen, who had severed his arms twice. This guy actually defeated second brother, Yuansheng murmured to himself as his lips trembled. Sky Origin King felt extremely humiliated. Zhuowen was just too impudent. After defeating him, Zhuowen actually stood on him and used words to humiliate him. Although he really wanted to get up and resist, it was a pity that Zhuowen's right foot was firmly planted on his chest, causing him to be unable to get up. Instead, because of his struggle, Zhuowen's foot was even stronger, causing him to become even weaker. "You said before that you wanted to teach me a lesson, acting all high and mighty. Why aren't you doing anything now?" Zhuowen stomped down once more as the coldness in his eyes became even denser. "Enough." A chilling voice suddenly rang out. Then, a terrifying energy descended from the sky like a mountain, sweeping toward Zhuowen's back in an instant. It wanted to pierce through and shatter Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned slightly. The power coming from behind him was so terrifying that even he felt a little apprehensive. With a cold snort, the 3 pairs of lightning wings on Zhuowen's back suddenly spread open. He turned into an ethereal lightning and disappeared from where he stood in an instant. At this moment, Zhuowen finally saw clearly that the terrifying force behind him was actually an enormous palm of essence energy that was several hundred meters in size. Zhuowen's speed was too fast, and this several hundred-meter palm of essence energy struck nothing but air. Then, the palm sucked toward the crater, and Yuan Kong, who was lying in the crater, was sucked into the palm. Then, Yuan Kong was brought into the palm. Whoosh! Dozens of meters away, a lightning flashed and revealed Zhuowen's figure. Then, Zhuowen raised his head and saw the owner of the palm of essence energy. It was the Alcade Holy Dynasty's crown prince, Yuan Zhao. Yuan Zhao waved his right hand and directed the palm of essence energy to place Yuan Kong, who was in a sorry state, beside the Alcade Holy Dynasty's people. Then, he stomped his foot and flew in the air. When he was dozens of meters away from Zhuowen, Yuan Zhao looked down at Zhuowen. There was a trace of gloomy qi between his eyebrows as he said, "Yuansheng is my third brother, and Yuan Kong is my second brother. You cut off my third brother's arm and trampled on my second brother's dignity. Do you think I don't exist?" Yuan Zhao is going to flip out. Everyone stared fixedly at Yuan Zhao. It seemed like Shuo Wen had gone too far. He was starting to anger the crown prince of the Yaoguang holy dynasty. In everyone's mind, Yuan Zhao was undoubtedly the most mysterious of the three monstrous celestial masters. He was also the most powerful of them all. At least, his cultivation level was the highest among the three, reaching the middle stage of the celestial master realm. Moreover, with the background of the brilliance holy dynasty, Yuan Zhao probably still had some hidden cards up his sleeve. He would have no problem fighting against a late-stage celestial master. This was a true monster, a proud son of the heavens. Although he looked ordinary, if he was truly enraged, then he would reveal his sharpness and become unstoppable. Therefore, after seeing Yuan Zhao's attack, everyone was looking forward to seeing how strong Yuan Zhao was. As for Zhuo Wen, he was overlooked by everyone at this moment. Although Zhuo Wen's combat strength was terrifying and could rival a heavenly venerate, he was at most comparable to an early heavenly venerate. It was impossible for him to reach the middle heavenly venerate. Yuan Zhao was at the middle holy master realm. Needless to say, his combat strength had surpassed the middle holy master realm. If Zhuo Wen really fought against Yuan Zhao, he would undoubtedly die. The reason why everyone was looking forward to the battle was because they were looking forward to seeing how strong Yuan Zhao was. How strong would he be if he could kill Zhuo Wen in a few moves? It seems that Zhuo Wen is dead for sure. I wonder how many moves Yuan Zhao will use to kill him. In the Thousand Beasts Grotto, countless eyes were focused on Yuan Zhao. They were all looking forward to Yuan Zhao's attack. Zhuo Wen slowly raised his head and met Yuan Zhao's cold gaze. He said indifferently, "I originally had no enmity with your Alcade holy dynasty. However, your so-called third prince has been making things difficult for me. Originally, we could have just chosen a grotto peacefully. However, that trash Yuanqing insisted on snatching it from me. He even took the initiative to provoke me. I had already chopped off one of his arms, but he still came looking for a beating. Isn't this kind of person a masochist? As for Yuan Kong, he wanted to teach me a lesson and let me know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. However, he didn't expect to be trampled under my feet. In the end, I taught him a lesson. I want to ask you, isn't this considered legitimate self-defense? Why is it a provocation in your eyes?" The corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth curled up as the ridicule in his eyes deepened. Yuan Zhao's gaze was still indifferent as he said, "I only saw that you chopped off my third brother's arm and trampled on my second brother's dignity. You are provoking my Alcade holy dynasty. This reason is enough for me to take action." After saying that, Yuan Zhao's qi became extremely terrifying. Countless streams of energy erupted like a volcano and formed a huge funnel-shaped spiral. The terrifying qi began to revolve around Yuan Zhao's body. Yuan Zhao's clothes and hair fluttered as he stood in the middle of the terrifying qi. He looked like a god who had descended to the mortal world. His qi was like a tiger and his qi was like a dragon. As expected, he's a mid-stage heavenly venerable. Yuan Zhao is so terrifying. His cultivation completely overshadowed Yun Zhongyang and Pom Pom. An uproar continuously sounded when they sensed the terrifying aura from Yuan Zhao's body. Everyone's eyes were somewhat dazed as they stared at Yuan Zhao, who was surrounded by countless forces, while their faces twitched. Yun Zhongyang and Pom Pom's expressions didn't look good. Although they had guessed that Yuan Zhao was hiding his cultivation, they were still a little depressed when their guess became reality. If Yuan Zhao's cultivation was only at the early stage of the heavenly venerable realm, the two of them might be able to compete with Yuan Zhao for the title of newcomer king. Unfortunately, Yuan Zhao's cultivation was actually at the middle stage of the heavenly venerable realm. Now, you have a chance. Kneel down and slap yourself 50 times to apologize to my second brother and third brother. If you do, I will spare your life and only cut off one of your arms, said Yuan Zhao indifferently. Zhuowen raised his head and a terrifying demonic qi began to surge out of his body. Above Zhuowen's head, there were rolling demonic clouds. The powerful demonic qi almost covered the entire grotto. Zhuowen's eyes gradually turned blood red. His black hair began to turn blood red. A monstrous demonic qi continued to roll out. What a powerful demonic qi! Is Zhuowen a demonic cultivator? How can his body emit such a terrifying demonic qi? Everyone's attention was originally on Yuan Zhao, but now they were attracted by the demonic qi in Zhuowen's body. They couldn't help but look over. When they saw Zhuowen's strange blood-red eyes and hair, they were all stunned. This Zhuowen actually showed signs of turning into a devil. This kid was actually a devil cultivator. Creak. It is indeed this bastard. The demonic cultivator in the heavenly venerables grotto was Zhuowen. Yun Zhongyang clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. His gaze was cold as he looked down at Zhuowen, who seemed to have become a demonic cultivator. Yuan Zhao looked down in surprise at Zhuowen, who was emitting a monstrous demonic qi. Clearly, he didn't expect Zhuowen's body to contain such a terrifying demonic qi. Just as Zhuowen and Yuan Zhao released their auras and a battle was about to break out, a dignified voice rang out. The third phase of the test will now begin. You can settle your grudges after the third phase of the test. Now, enter the Thousand Beast Grotto. The dignified voice came from the dean. He had long noticed that Yuan Zhao was a mid-heavenly venerable. However, he hadn't expected Zhuowen to possess such a powerful demonic qi. Yuan Zhao's expression was a little sluggish. He turned his head and glanced at the dean. The terrifying aura around his body began to slowly recede as he said to Zhuowen in an indifferent manner, "Your luck is not bad. I will let you live for a while longer. After this test is over, perhaps you will become a skeleton." That may not be the case. Zhuowen also withdrew the demonic might from his body. His blood-red hair and blood-red eyes also began to slowly recede, returning to normal black hair and black eyes. His voice was filled with indifference. Yuan Zhao ignored Zhuowen and returned to his grotto. On the other hand, Zhuowen came to Jia Nan and Gatha's side. They stood together in the southeast grotto, silently waiting for the grotto's door to open. Due to the dean's intervention, the people from the Alcade sacred dynasty didn't say much. However, Yuancheng and Yuan Kong's faces were extremely ugly. They had lost a lot of face this time. The two brothers had been trampled on by a supreme-grade ant in front of so many people. Furthermore, they couldn't get back at him. One could imagine how depressed they were. Zhuowen's weapon is also a blood-red spear. Could it be a coincidence? In another corner of the grotto, Grand Lily's beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen. Her eyes were filled with doubt because Zhuowen from the Qing Xian Empire also used a spear. Chapter 984. Station, there are countless spear users in this world. It's normal for it to be coincidental. Grand Lily shook her head and no longer paid any attention to the high-spirited Zhuowen. However, the image of Zhuowen in her mind became increasingly clear and could not be erased. Open the grotto. Remember, reach the end of the grotto as quickly as possible. There are over 7,000 of you and only 500 jade tokens. If you want to enter the outer academy, you can only run forward with all your might. Do not hesitate or stop because that will only hinder your progress. The dean waved his sleeve after saying these meaningful words. Over 7,000 glowing dots flew out from his hand and headed towards the Thousand Beast Grotto. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The glowing dots landed on the stone doors of the grotto. Soon after, the several feet tall thick stone doors slowly rose with a rumbling sound, revealing the deep tunnel behind them. Looking at the tunnel behind the grotto, the numerous practitioners standing at the entrance of the grotto revealed a heated look in their eyes. With a stomp of their feet, they rushed into the tunnel and quickly disappeared. Zhuowen. I will also leave first. See you at the exit. Mo Lingtian and Xian Xing cupped their hands together towards Zhuowen. With a stomp of their feet, they also entered the grotto. Jia Nan, Gatha, let's go. The 1000 Beast Grotto test is actually a race against time. Whoever reaches the exit first will obtain a spot to enter the outer academy. Let's go. Zhuowen turned his head and looked at the other two siblings in the grotto as he spoke. Jia Nan and Gatha nodded. Without wasting any time, they entered their own tunnels. Zhuowen wasn't willing to be outdone. At the instant the siblings entered the passageway, he transformed into an ethereal breeze like a ghost and disappeared into the darkness of the passageway. Let's go to the exit of the 1000 Beast Grotto and wait for the results. The dean was expressionless. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew towards the wall where the 1000 Beasts Grotto was located. The exit of the 1000 Beasts Grotto was at the top of the wall. Whoever came out first would obtain the corresponding quota. At the top of the barrier, there was a rather large station. The principal brought the 4 elders, Qi Ji, Hu Jia, and Qing Dong, and landed on the station. Not far from the station, there was a huge beast head. This beast's head was dozens of feet long. It looked like a tiger, but it wasn't a tiger. It looked like a dragon, but it wasn't a dragon. It gave people a strange feeling. The mouth of this beast head was wide open, and in its mouth was a deep tunnel. It was pitch black inside, as if it led to the abyss of hell. This was the exit of the Myriad Beast Grotto. When the time came, the dean and the others would know who would be able to obtain the top 500 spots. Dean. The people outside the valley who are related to the test are all here. Should we get rid of them? The skinny elder seemed to have noticed the crowd outside the valley. His gaze turned cold as he whispered to the dean. The 4 sacred empires and the 3 great sects have sent Emperor Realm experts. There are even some Emperor Realm experts from other empires. Since the participants have already entered the grotto, it's fine to let them wait at the entrance. However, only Emperor Realm experts are allowed to enter. Don't let anyone else in. The dean said indifferently. The skinny and tall old man nodded. Immediately, he turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the valley. After exchanging a couple of words outside the valley, over a dozen figures with powerful auras followed the skinny and tall old man to the station. These figures were all Emperor Realm experts. There were old men, young and strong men, and gentle scholars. In any case, these Emperor Realm experts all had different appearances. However, there was one thing they all had in common. The aura of these great emperors was extremely terrifying. If one looked closely, one could see the illusory stars surrounding them. This was the power of the stars that only great emperors could control. Emperor Qing of the Qing Xian Empire and Emperor Yan of the Yan Xian Empire were among these figures. However, the two of them kept a low profile. They were only Emperor Realm experts from remote empires. There was still a gap between them and the Emperor Realm experts from the 4 empires and 3 great sects. Although Emperor Qing was an outer sect elder of the Azure Dragon main palace, this was an insignificant position in the main palace. He didn't have any right to speak. Therefore, Emperor Qing didn't dare to offend the Emperor Realm experts from the 4 empires and 3 great sects. When the results of the second round came out, they were stopped outside the valley by the people from the outer sect. Although they knew the results of the second round, they couldn't get close. Now that they were able to get close, it was a pleasant surprise. Dean, thank you for allowing us to enter the Myriad Beast Grotto. A middle-aged man with an imposing appearance smiled as he cupped his hands and smiled at the dean who was standing on the stage. Another man of similar age stood behind the middle-aged man. Both of them had a faint golden glow on their bodies. They looked extremely dazzling. It was obvious that the two of them had a close relationship. They should be Emperor Realm experts from the same faction. Supreme Jean, there's no need to be so courteous. I think the Alcade Sacred Dynasty is really full of talented people. The 3 princes who participated in the test are quite talented. They should be able to enter the outer sect smoothly. The dean nodded and smiled. It turned out that the Emperor Realm expert named Supreme Gene and the middle-aged man behind him were both from the Alcade Sacred Dynasty. It was no wonder that the other Emperor Realm experts looked at them with great fear. Supreme Jin's eyes were filled with pride when he heard the dean's praise. However, he was very humble and said that the 3 princes still had many shortcomings. Full of talented people? I don't think so. An eccentric voice rang out. Supreme Jin's expression turned cold as he focused his gaze on a feminine man with long blue hair who was dressed in blue robes. Supreme Jin, what do you mean? Are you trying to say that the 2 trash from your Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty are a match for the princes of our Alcade Sacred Dynasty? Not to mention the blue smoke, even your Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty's crown prince, Yun Zhongyang, is no match for Yuan Zhao. Supreme Jin said coldly. It turned out that the eccentric Blue Emperor was from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. The other Monarch Realm experts didn't interrupt. These 2 holy dynasties were the top 2 powers among the 4 holy dynasties, and they often had conflicts with each other. It could be said that when people from the Alcade Sacred Dynasty and the Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty met, it was inevitable that they would quarrel. In the worst case, they would even fight. Supreme Jin's face turned cold and he sneered, then why did I see your Alcade Sacred Dynasty's 3rd prince, Yuan Sheng, and 2nd prince, Yuan Kong, being defeated by a supreme being ant? If I'm not mistaken, your Alcade Holy Dynasty's 3rd prince lost an arm, and your 2nd prince was trampled under his feet. Are these the so-called geniuses of your Alcade Sacred Dynasty? I think they're just undeserving of their reputation. They can't even deal with a supreme being. Supreme Jin narrowed his eyes and said coldly, what are you trying to say? What Supreme Emperor Lan had said was indeed an extremely humiliating thing for Supreme Emperor Jin. The 2nd prince and the 3rd prince had both been defeated by a single person. Moreover, that person was only a supreme being. This was a slap in the face for the Alcade Sacred Dynasty. Supreme Jin chuckled and said, I'm not trying to say anything. I just don't think the people of your Alcade Sacred Dynasty are that great. Moreover, I'm more curious about which faction that Supreme Being Ant is from. He can actually defeat a Peak Golden Venerable. This isn't something that anyone can do. Humph. I really do want to know which power that little ant belongs to. Supreme Jin then looked at the other martial emperors behind him. Other than those from the 4 dynasties and 3 sects, there were only 2 other martial emperors from other factions. They were Supreme Emperor Qing and Supreme Emperor Yan. Supreme Emperor Yan and Supreme Emperor Qing frowned when they sensed Supreme Jin's gaze. They did not expect Supreme Jin to target them. Did one of you bring him out? Supreme Jin asked indifferently. The Alcade Sacred Dynasty was very powerful outside of the 9 underworlds. It was far more powerful than the other empires. Therefore, Supreme Jin's words were quite intimidating. Supreme Jin was also a 3rd-level martial emperor. He was considered an outstanding existence among the group of people. Supreme Emperor Qing shook his head and said, Supreme Jin, please don't misunderstand. Only one person from the Qing Xian Empire has entered the 3rd stage of the test. She's a woman. The Supreme Being young man is not from the Qing Xian Empire. If he's not from the Qing Xian Empire, then he must be from the Yan Xian Empire. Supreme Jin's eyes were very sharp. When he mentioned Zhuoan, Supreme Emperor Yan's eyes flickered. Supreme Emperor Yan definitely knew who Zhuoan was. Supreme Jin. I didn't ask you to come here to listen to your interrogation. I asked you to wait patiently for the results of the 3rd stage of the test. Can you be quiet? The dean frowned and a terrifying aura gushed out. Supreme Jin's face stiffened and he quickly cupped his fists and said, I was rude just now. I was just curious about the Supreme Being's identity. I wonder if the dean can give me some pointers. The dean of the outer court of the Excellent Gods Institute was very strong, even stronger than the strongest emperor realm expert of the Alcade Holy Dynasty. In addition, he had the backing of the Excellent Gods Institute, so Supreme Jin didn't dare to offend him. The dean frowned and said indifferently, "That Supreme Being's name is Zhuowen. He's very talented and I've taken a fancy to him. Are you planning to touch him?" Supreme Jin's gaze froze. Since the dean had made his intentions clear, Supreme Jin knew what the dean was trying to do. After saying a few words, he did not dare to say another word. He never thought that the Supreme Being's talent would be recognized by the Dean of the Outer Institute. After all, the Dean of the Outer Institute was an extremely picky person. He would never take a fancy to a mediocre person. His name is Zhuowen. Supreme Emperor Qin was stunned and he frowned. Could it be that he had the same name? The monstrous supreme stage genius that stood out in this recruitment test was actually also called Zhuowen. Chapter 985. Water Ghost Swoosh. Zhuowen traversed through the pitch-black passageway like a ghost. Soon, he arrived at a rather spacious hall. Splash splash. The sound of flowing water continuously resounded throughout the entire hall. Zhuowen surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that the surroundings of the hall were actually enveloped by countless streams of water. There were 10 stone dragon heads on the surrounding rock walls, and streams of water gushed out from their mouths. The 10 streams of water transformed into 10 waterfalls that hung upside down in the surroundings of the hall. Moreover, the entire floor of the hall had already been enveloped by the surging water, so much so that it practically reached Zhuowen's waist. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. Yuan power covered the bottom of his feet, causing him to stand on the water surface as though he was walking on flat ground. Subsequently, Zhuowen walked to the center of the hall, his gaze converging on the 10 stone dragon heads that hung high up in the surroundings of the hall. The surface of the 10 waterfalls was as smooth as a mirror, and all of them reflected Zhuowen's figure. It was as though 10 identical Zhuowen had appeared in the surrounding rock hall in an instant. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he gazed at the 10 waterfalls that reflected his figure. He could faintly feel that this hall was not ordinary. In particular, the figures reflected by the 10 waterfalls were really too realistic. They were so realistic that Zhuowen felt that they were not shadows, but real people. What a strange stream of water. The figure reflected by it is actually so clear. As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen lowered his head to look at the reflection in the water below his feet. Their eyes met, and he actually felt that the eyes of the reflection in the water actually contained a strange emotion. There are emotions in the eyes of the reflection. Could it be that I am hallucinating? As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen squatted down and slowly extended his right hand to touch the reflection in the water below his feet. The instant the right hand in reality touched the left hand in the reflection, pillars of water abruptly shot up from the originally calm water surface. Subsequently, Zhuowen discovered that his right hand was being held. Lowering his head to look at the reflection in the water, Zhuowen discovered that the reflection in the water actually revealed a strange smile towards him. On the other hand, Zhuowen himself did not smile, while the left hand of the reflection tightly gripped Zhuowen's right hand. The smile on the reflection's face grew even stranger. "Who are you?" Zhuowen's gaze was eerily cold as he asked. "I am you." The reflection of Zhuowen suddenly laughed in a strange manner. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions suddenly resounded in the surroundings. Following that, the pillars of water that shot up from the water turned into countless anacondas that charged towards Zhuowen in the center of the water, wanting to swallow Zhuowen whole. Zhuowen wanted to dodge, but the reflection of Zhuowen in the water held on tightly to Zhuowen's arm, not allowing him to leave at all. This bastard. Looking at the countless anacondas swarming towards him, as well as his own sinister smile in the reflection, Zhuowen cursed in his heart. The mental strength in his Naiwan palace surged out and surrounded Zhuowen's body. At the same time, the infinity sword formation surged out and turned into an impenetrable wall in front of him to protect him. Boom boom boom. The anacondas hissed and slammed heavily into the infinity sword formation, causing countless splashes of water to appear. It looked gorgeous and colorful, but Zhuowen was secretly complaining. The anacondas seemed to be endless as they surged out of the water endlessly and charged towards him. Although the infinity sword formation's defense was strong, it was unable to withstand the attack of the seemingly endless anacondas. Indeed, after a while, the impenetrable wall formed by the infinity sword formation finally showed signs of cracking. Kacha. A crisp sound rang out as the impenetrable wall formed by the infinity sword formation finally began to crack. This caused Zhuowen's gaze to change slightly. Sun furnace. Zhuowen no longer held back as he immediately took out the sun furnace. Terrifying flames of the sun surged out and protected Zhuowen's body. Meanwhile, the cracked infinity sword formation was put away by Zhuowen. Fire and water were incompatible. Although the anacondas were violent, they were unable to break in with the sun fire blocking them. However, many anacondas were vaporized by the high temperature of the sun fire and turned into mist. Seeing that he had temporarily blocked the anaconda's attack, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked down at the reflection in the water and said coldly, "What exactly are you?" Zhuowen's expression in the reflection changed. He did not expect Zhuowen to be so strong that he could block the anaconda's attack so easily. He sneered and said, "Didn't I just say it? I'm you." Deliberately mystifying. Break. Zhuowen sneered. His entire body was enveloped by countless golden lights as he grew 4 heads and 8 arms. A terrifying power spread out. It was so strong that it could lift a cauldron. In an instant, he lifted Zhuowen from the water. Ao Ao. Zhuowen's reflection clearly did not expect Zhuowen's strength to suddenly become so strong. He was caught off guard and was pulled out by Zhuowen. A strange roar sounded. Zhuowen focused his eyes and realized that the thing in his hand wasn't Zhuowen's appearance, but a blue humanoid creature. This creature had no facial features, only a head and simple limbs. It looked extremely strange. A water ghost? Looking at the strange creature in his hand, Zhuowen could not help but mutter to himself. He knew this creature. He had seen records of water ghosts in ancient books. It was said that this creature had no facial features, only a simple head and 4 limbs. Moreover, water ghosts were best at hiding in the reflection of other creatures in the water. They would attack the creatures the moment they let down their guard. From then on, the attacking creature would become their meal. Looks like you're treating me as prey. Unfortunately, you're not a qualified hunter. You don't have the ability to catch me. Zhuowen sneered. Let me go. Otherwise, you'll regret it. The water ghost struggled wantonly in Zhuowen's hand. However, Zhuowen's strength was too great. No matter how the water ghost struggled, he could not break free from Zhuowen's grasp. Let you go? Do you think I'm that stupid? Zhuowen ignored the water ghost's protests. With a wave of his right hand, the surrounding flames of the sun disappeared. At that moment, the water ghost was in Zhuowen's hand, and the rampaging water pythons had all calmed down. Tell me the exit out of this world of water. Zhuowen asked calmly. If I tell you, you won't kill me? The water ghost said weakly. If you can satisfy me, I can consider letting you live. Zhuowen nodded. The water ghost nodded and pointed at the 10 stone dragon heads around the hall. As long as you destroy all 10 stone dragon heads, the exit will appear. So simple? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. That's all I can tell you. If you don't believe me, then forget it, the water ghost said calmly. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Then I'll believe you this time. As he spoke, Zhuowen held the water ghost in his right hand. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly arrived above the stone dragon heads in the sky. With a point of his right hand, a terrifying spear shadow swept out. Zhuowen had directly used spear force. Boom! In an instant, the stone dragon head was shattered. Then, Zhuowen did the same to the other 9 stone dragon heads. Bang! 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 After shattering the 10 stone dragon heads, Zhuowen returned to the center of the water and said calmly, "Now, it's good. What should we do next?" The water ghost suddenly laughed shrilly. "Human. You're dead. After shattering the 10 stone dragon heads, your doomsday has arrived. The great Ghost King is about to awaken, and you will become the Ghost King's sacrifice." Rumble. The entire hall began to shake intensely after Shui Gui's words sounded. Soon after, Zhuowen's eyes were grave as he discovered that the 10 waterfalls that had gushed out from the 10 stone dragon heads had suddenly separated. They gathered in the air above the middle of the hall and formed a gigantic figure that was dozens of feet large. The figure was azure in color and had bulging muscles. Its huge head had a ferocious expression and 2 huge fangs at the corner of its mouth. It rushed towards the sky, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty light. "Water Ghost King. You rely on this guy?" Zhuowen asked calmly as he pointed at the Water Ghost King in the sky. "You dare to disrespect my king? You're simply courting death," the Water Ghost shrieked. "Disrespect?" Zhuowen shook his head. With a point of his right hand, a powerful origin energy turned into a cage, trapping the Water Ghost inside. Zhuowen took a step and instantly pounced towards the Water Ghost King. Was the Water Ghost King that amazing? His aura was only at the sovereign realm. What did Zhuowen have to fear? "Human, you've got guts. Not only did you not kneel when you saw this king, you actually dared to stand before this king. Could it be that you want to die so badly?" The Water Ghost King's scarlet eyes stared coldly at Zhuowen. After seeing Zhuowen's cultivation, his voice became even colder. A mere sovereign realm human dared to provoke him. Although the Water Ghost King's aura was also at the sovereign realm, his cultivation was actually at the heavenly sovereign realm. However, because he was trapped in the myriad beast grotto, his cultivation was suppressed to the sovereign realm. To the Water Ghost King, a sovereign realm human could be crushed to death with a single palm strike. "The one who wants to die is not me, but you." As he spoke, Zhuowen fiercely punched out. Golden light exploded like a slowly rising sun. The Water Ghost King coldly snorted and punched out as well. This human dared to provoke him, he was simply courting death. He wanted to teach this arrogant human a lesson. Bang! When the 2 fists collided, a terrifying shockwave surged out. Then, the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. The Water Ghost King's pupils shrank as he retreated. In this exchange, the Water Ghost King was actually at a disadvantage. Even his hand was broken. Die! Zhuowen's aura was like a rainbow. He rushed forward once more. Then, his 8 arms hammered down together. A terrifying strength surged out, forming a circular shockwave in the air. The Water Ghost King didn't even know what was going on. Or it could be said that his thoughts were still stuck on why this human was so strong. Zhuowen's attack had already landed. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Water Ghost King didn't even have the chance to make a sound before exploding into a bloody mist under the terrifying power of the 8 arms. My king died just like that. Chapter 986. World of Ice and Snow. The Water Ghost fell into a daze. Then, a cold gaze shot over, causing the Water Ghost to tremble. His eyes were filled with fear. The human in front of him was too terrifying. The Water Ghost King, whom he revered, was killed just like that. It was too unbelievable. My patience is limited. Where is the exit? When Zhuowen mentioned Shui Gui, the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. There was even an extremely terrifying killing intent in his eyes. The water ghost trembled and immediately surrendered. "Powerful human, please spare my life. I am willing to tell you the real exit. You said the same thing just now. Then, you told me the wrong way to release the water ghost king," Zhuowen said indifferently. His meaning was clear. He did not believe the water ghost's words. The water ghost laughed bitterly. "Powerful human, I have no need to lie to you. Even the water ghost king was not your opponent. I have no need to lie to you. Then tell me." Zhuowen said indifferently. The water ghost nodded. Then, his hands formed a seal. Then, Zhuowen realized that the water below his feet had a cylindrical opening. Inside the opening was a dark tunnel. "Powerful human, the exit is below," the water ghost said respectfully. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He grabbed the water ghost's neck and jumped down. The water ghost was cunning. Zhuowen naturally could not trust him completely. Therefore, he had to bring the water ghost down with him. It would not be too late to release the water ghost after confirming that it was safe. The water ghost was shocked. However, he quickly regained his composure. He knew that the human in front of him would not trust him so easily. Therefore, he did not resist. After entering the opening, Zhuowen walked through the dark tunnel for 15 minutes. Then, he arrived in front of an ice door. The ice door was extremely cold. It was bone-chilling. It was extremely terrifying. "Powerful human, behind this ice door is a world of ice and snow. Now, do you believe that I did not lie to you? There are several checkpoints behind. If you want to reach the end of the cave, you have to pass through these checkpoints one by one," the water ghost suddenly said. "Scram!" Zhuowen said coldly as he released the water ghost. The water ghost nodded repeatedly. The moment Zhuowen let go, he immediately slipped away, afraid that Zhuowen would change his mind. At that moment, Zhuowen's attention was all on the ice door in front of him. Naturally, he didn't pay attention to the water ghost's little tricks. "Looks like we need to blast open this ice door." Letting out a light breath, Zhuowen spat out a frightening amount of yuan power from his right palm and imprinted it on the ice door. Instantly, traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the ice door before it shattered into countless ice shards. What a powerful cold chi! After the ice door was broken, a bone-chilling coldness surged out, sweeping towards Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen couldn't help but shiver as a look of shock appeared on his face. Whoosh! With a step, Zhuowen entered the ice door. Inside was a world of ice and snow. Goose feather-like snow drifted in this space, piling up a snow road that was several meters thick on the ground. On both sides of the snow road were majestic and magnificent snowy mountains. At the end of the snow road, a huge ice palace appeared in front of Zhuowen. The ice palace was even colder, as if it was the source of the coldness in this world of ice and snow. The coldness in this ice palace is so intense. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as his brows furrowed. This ice palace that stood at the end of this world of ice and snow was very unusual. Boom boom boom. On both sides of the snow road, the ice mountains suddenly trembled violently. Then, Zhuowen saw the ice mountains suddenly stand up and transform into ice mountain giants. The originally peaceful world of ice and snow seemed to have started to boil because of the movement of these ice mountain giants. They formed a terrifying snowstorm that wreaked havoc in the air above the snow road. It was an extremely terrifying sight. There are a total of 32 ice mountain giants. Zhuowen stopped on the snowy path and looked at the iceberg giants around him. His eyes were filled with sharpness, because the iceberg giants had surrounded him from all directions, sealing off all his paths of retreat and advance. Trespassers of the ice and snow barrier, die. Muffled thunderous voices came from the ice giants' mouths. Then, the 32 ice giants roared and rushed towards Zhuowen. Their mountain-like ice fists smashed down, wanting to completely crush Zhuowen to death. Humph! Get lost! Zhuowen bellowed. The fire of the sun surged out and circled around him. It turned into a fire shield, blocking all the attacks from the snow giants around him. However, the power of the snow giants was too great. The combined attack of 32 snow giants was extremely terrifying. Even Zhuowen could not help but feel his blood boil, and his chest felt heavy. Nirvana of the Great Sun. Golden light flashed as Zhuowen transformed into 4 heads and 8 arms. 3 pairs of lightning wings sprouted from his back. He flew out quickly and instantly arrived at one of the ice giants. Boom! Zhuowen's expression was cold and emotionless. Perhaps it was because Zhuowen had taken the initiative to attack, but the snow giant felt that it had been greatly provoked. It immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a roar, it threw a punch at Zhuowen. It wanted to smash this human into pieces. Die! Zhuowen was not afraid. He also threw a punch. His whole body was covered in the sun's fire. He looked like a god that had descended to earth. His punch had the strength to lift a cauldron. The 2 fists collided and an explosion sounded. A ring-shaped air wave rose out of nowhere. The entire snow road seemed to shake a few times under this force. Boom! 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 The other 7 ice giants also roared angrily and arrived at Zhuowen's side in an instant. 7 fists were thrown at Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's eyes grew colder. The remaining 7 arms blasted towards the surroundings. The strength to lift a cauldron surged out and shook the entire snow world. Resisting 8 ice giants as large as mountains by himself, Zhuowen's might was as vast as that of a god. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the 8 snow giants around him let out a mournful cry. Then, they all turned into countless ice cubes and shattered into fine powder. Awoo! The remaining 24 snow giants roared in unison when they saw the 8 snow giants around Zhuowen shatter. These 32 ice mountains had stood tall in this world of ice and snow for a long time. They were of the same origin and were as close as brothers. Now that 8 of their brothers were mercilessly killed by this human, how could they not be angry? Boom! 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 The 24 ice giants rushed out and attacked at the same time. They wanted to tear this despicable human into pieces and avenge their brothers. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out. Then, an even more intense golden light flashed out. Finally, Zhuowen's body grew from 3 feet to 100 feet tall. His huge body was not any weaker than the ice giants. Boom! With a punch, a blazing light surged out. The ice giants closest to him were smashed into pieces before they could even make a sound. Boom! 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 Zhuowen, who had transformed into 100 feet tall, was too terrifying. His strength was much stronger than before. With a punch, the ice giants could not resist at all. In less than 5 breaths of time, the 24 snow giants had all turned into ice and snow powder. As for Zhuowen, he stood in the middle of the snowy road. With a stretch of his hand, the terrifying snowstorm in the sky was actually torn down by him. The entire world of ice and snow regained its calm. Snow Palace. Zhuowen murmured as he looked at the snow palace at the end of the snow road. He took a step and flew towards the snow palace. Whoosh! Arriving in front of the snow palace, Zhuowen looked up at the huge snow palace in front of him. He was shocked. This snow palace was purely made of ice and snow. Moreover, Zhuowen could faintly feel an extremely terrifying chill from the palace. The answer to the exit of the snow world should be in this snow palace. Zhuowen said and entered the palace without hesitation. The front door of the palace was open and there were no guards. Therefore, Zhuowen easily entered the palace. After passing through the ice corridor, Zhuowen quickly arrived at the hall in the depths of the palace. He saw that there were many ice sculptures in the hall. The sculptures were of humans, beasts, and species that Zhuowen had never seen before. In this quiet hall, they formed a unique scenery. At the front of the hall, there was a throne of ice and snow. On the throne sat a graceful figure. It was a young lady with a crown of ice and snow. Her eyes were green and pure. However, this queen was also a sculpture and not a real person. These sculptures are really ingenious. They are so lifelike. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to tell that they are sculptures. Staring at the ice sculpture of the queen on the throne, Zhuowen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He didn't know which craftsman had carved so many ice sculptures in this snow palace. Moreover, they were so lifelike, as if they were real. I don't know if the exit of the snow world is in this snow palace. I have to look carefully. Zhuowen quickly searched the hall. At the same time, his mental energy spread out like a radar. He wanted to find the exit of this palace. Of course, if he could find something good here, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't mind keeping it. There's nothing. After searching the hall, Zhuowen frowned. In this huge hall, other than the many ice sculptures, there was nothing else. Kid! You still have one place that you haven't searched. Suddenly, Xiao He said to Zhuowen. Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze also landed on the throne at the front of the hall. There, the pure queen sat quietly on the throne with a scepter in her hand. It was as if she was immortal. This throne was the only place that he hadn't searched. If there was a place where the exit was most likely to be hidden, it would definitely be in this throne. Swoosh! Chapter 987. Ice Queen Zhuowen searched the surroundings of the throne for a long time, but he did not find anything. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. I didn't find anything. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with helplessness as he returned to the front of the throne. He had searched the entire ice palace, including the surroundings of the throne. However, he still did not find anything. Perhaps the exit is under the throne. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the Ice Queen's body. After a while, he extended his hand in an attempt to lift the Ice Queen statue, which was sitting on the throne, off the ground. However, when Zhuowen's right hand came into contact with the Ice Queen statue's arm, his eyes narrowed. He realized that the right arm of the Ice Queen statue was like a human's arm. It was extremely soft, as though it was not an ice sculpture, but a real person. Although the Ice Queen's arms were soft and weak, the cold air was oppressive. Even Zhuowen found it difficult to withstand the terrifying cold air. What is going on with this ice sculpture? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Why did an ice sculpture feel like a human's arm? Boom! While Zhuowen was bewildered, a terrifying cold burst out from the Ice Queen statue in front of him. Subsequently, the Ice Queen, who was originally motionless, suddenly moved. The scepter in her hand was filled with cold air as it heavily smashed onto Zhuowen's chest. Dang dang dang! Zhuowen stepped into the air and retreated dozens of steps. The cold air that swept out from the scepter was like maggots that surrounded him, trying to invade his body. Zhuowen's eyes were dark as he stomped his foot. Flames of the sun swept out and completely eliminated the cold air that was like maggots. After dispelling the cold air, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the throne. At this moment, the Ice Queen statue slowly stood up. Her eyes were emitting a cold, dark green light. Her eyes did not look like a human's eyes. Waves of raging cold air surrounded the Ice Queen. How dare you? How dare you touch my right hand? You are the first one in many years. Now, you have two choices. One is to become my boy toy and serve me forever in this ice palace. The other is to die. The queen held the scepter in her hand, and her green eyes stared straight at Zhuowen. no one could tell what the queen was thinking. Crack. At the same time, a series of cracking sounds rang out in the palace. Ice shards fell from the surface of the ice sculptures in the hall. Then, they walked out of the ice sculptures and knelt before the throne. "Greetings, Your Highness the Queen." Everyone shouted in unison. "Yes. Let me introduce you. This is my new male pet. You are not allowed to bully my new male pet in the future. Do you understand?" The queen nodded and pointed at Zhuowen with her right hand. Following the words, countless cold gazes gathered on Zhuowen's figure. Zhuowen could sense a hint of coldness and jealousy from the gazes. It was obvious that the identity of the queen's pet had displeased them greatly. "Your Highness the Queen. What ability does this weak human have to be qualified to be your new boy toy? Now, I would like to see what this human has to offer. Let's see if he is qualified." A strange creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human walked out from the crowd. Its triangular eyes stared coldly at Zhuowen, and then it attacked directly. "A mere human dares to become Her Highness the Queen's pet. You will die without a doubt." The creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human appeared in front of Zhuowen in an instant. It swung its right fist, and countless snake shadows appeared. It was as if there were tens of thousands of snakes rushing out, wanting to tear Zhuowen apart in an instant. In the hall, many creatures had mocking looks on their faces. The strength of this creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human was one of the best among them. It was also a loyal admirer of the queen. Most of the male pets that the queen had chosen before had been killed by this creature. Of course, the actions of this creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human were mostly permitted by the queen. If the male pet that the queen wanted was too weak, he deserved to die. Looking at the creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human, Zhuowen's eyes flashed coldly. This creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Venerate realm. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and grabbed the fist of the creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human. Then, he twisted his hand, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Following the sound of bones cracking, there was a miserable cry. Everyone was shocked to see that the right hand of the creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human was being squeezed by Zhuowen. Under Zhuowen's twisting, the entire right hand was twisted and broken. Then, Zhuowen pulled his right hand and blood spurted out. The creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human let out another miserable cry. His right arm was torn off by Zhuowen. Blood dripped onto the ground and formed a large pool of blood. Zhuowen stepped out with his right foot and stomped heavily on the chest of the creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human. Under the powerful force, the creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human was stomped to the ground by Zhuowen. He spat out another mouthful of blood. In the palace, there was a sudden silence. Everyone stared blankly at the creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human under his foot. Until now, they had not recovered from their shock. The latter had been defeated just like that. Moreover, he had been defeated so thoroughly. The Ice Queen, who was standing in front of the throne, stared at Zhuowen with her green eyes. There was a different look in her eyes. Zhuowen stepped out with his right foot again, stomping heavily on the chest of the creature with the head of a human and the body of a human as he said coldly and emotionlessly, "With your little bit of strength, you dare to teach me a lesson?" Spitting out another mouthful of blood, the creature with the head of a human and the body of a human was filled with shock. He hurriedly begged, "Spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to provoke you again. From now on, you will be the queen's boy toy." The Ice Queen nodded and said indifferently, "Since Protector Snake has begged for mercy, then let him go. Right now, you do indeed have the right to be my boy toy." Zhuowen's gaze was calm. He raised his head and stared at the Ice Queen. He sneered, "Boy toy." As he said that, Zhuowen stomped his foot down. A terrifying force crushed down like a mountain. Then, the eyes of the creature with the head of a human and the body of a human bulged out. Under this force, he was turned into a bloody mist. The palace fell silent once more. The various creatures in the surroundings all stared at Zhuowen blankly. This human actually dared to disobey the queen right in front of her and even killed Protector Snake. This human was simply too fearless. My boy toy. Aren't your actions too much? The Ice Queen's face was dark and sunken. Too much. This fellow was obviously trying to kill me. If I wasn't strong enough, then I would have become a corpse. Also, when did I say that I wanted to be your boy toy? What right do you have to make me your boy toy? Zhuowen said provocatively. What joke is this human making? He actually rejected being the queen's boy toy and even provoked her in front of everyone. Is he asking to die? The surrounding living beings stared at Zhuowen like they were looking at an idiot. If this human's brain wasn't sick, then he shouldn't have said such words. You don't want to be my boy toy. The Ice Queen's dark green eyes became incomparably dark and cold. She indifferently stared at Zhuowen. Her voice was as cold as the winter. At the same time, the cold air around her body became more and more terrifying. Tell me the exit of this world of ice and snow or die. Zhuowen didn't waste any more words. He stepped forward and the flames of the sun enveloped his body. He instantly pounced towards the Ice Queen on the throne. The terrifying flames of the sun dyed the cold palace with a bit of warmth. The living beings in the palace all distanced themselves from Zhuowen. They were born in the cold and what they feared the most was the color of the sun. Especially the terrifying flames of the sun. Intruder. Originally, I wanted to give you a way out and let you become my boy toy to fall into this world of ice and snow forever. Unfortunately, you didn't appreciate it. Since that's the case, then I can only leave you here forever. The Ice Queen said indifferently. A terrifying snowstorm surged out from the entire hall, sweeping up countless amounts of ice and snow and instantly enveloping Zhuowen. The crying of ice and snow can only be soothed by burial. A murmur sounded out. The terrifying snowstorm actually turned into the shape of a huge ice tomb. Above the snowstorm, a huge ice tombstone that was dozens of feet tall descended and drilled into the snowstorm, wanting to bury Zhuowen in the snowstorm. Zhuowen's gaze was cold. He immediately transformed into 4 heads and 8 arms. He punched towards the sky. Wrapped in layers of flames of the sun, he instantly shattered the falling ice tombstone, turning it into countless ice shards. At the same time, Zhuowen also took out the divine sun cauldron. Endless flames of the sun surged out. The surrounding snowstorm was actually blocked by the flames of the sun. It couldn't hurt Zhuowen at all. Break! 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 Zhuowen roared angrily. The other 7 types of earth fire on his body surged out at the same time, turning into 7 colored flames. Along with the flames of the sun, they spread towards the snowstorm. Bang! 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 Continuous sounds rang out. Then, the surrounding snowstorm immediately dissipated. Zhuowen brought 8 types of flames with him. Stepping on the flames of the sun, he suddenly rushed out towards the Ice Queen. The Ice Queen's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect Zhuowen to be so strong. Moreover, his body actually contained so many terrifying flames. He instantly broke the power of the snowstorm she used. Snow Flower. The Ice Queen didn't rush. She raised her scepter again. Countless amounts of cold air turned into snow flowers. These snow flowers bloomed one by one in the air. The cold air they emitted reached a demonic blue color, as if even space was about to freeze. Boom! The 8 types of flames actually stopped when they hit the snow flowers. They were completely blocked outside. Moreover, due to the terrifying cold air of the snow flowers, the 8 types of flames showed signs of being frozen. Fire Fusion Art, 8 types of earth fire, fuse for me. Chapter 988. 1,000 feet tall body. Boom boom boom. The 8-colored flame formed by the fusion of 8 different types of flames was too terrifying. The terrifying flame spread throughout the entire space. The pristine snow flowers were roasted by the 8-colored flame and turned into countless drops of snow water. So, as the snowflakes melted, Zhuo Wen's right palm suddenly struck out. 8-colored flames were added to his right palm, which directly penetrated the wilted snowflakes. Then, his right palm, which was covered in flames, landed heavily in front of the queen. The Ice Snow Queen's calm face was filled with shock. How was this human so terrifying? He actually broke her snow flower in an instant. However, the Ice Queen is still calm and unruffled. With a wave of her scepter, countless amounts of ice and snow energy transformed into an ice shield, wanting to block Zhuo Wen's right palm. Can you block it? Zhuo Wen said calmly. He punched the ice shield and a terrifying 8-colored flame surged out. With a cracking sound, the ice shield broke apart and turned into ice shards. Dang dang dang. The Ice Snow Queen's expression changed. She stood up from the throne and retreated. She waved the scepter in her hand and only then did she cancel out Zhuo Wen's punch. How are you so strong? The Ice Snow Queen's eyes were filled with frost and her face was filled with shock. Zhuo Wen stepped in the air and stood on the 8-colored flame. He looked down on the Ice Snow Queen and said, "Tell me the exit of this ice world." The Ice Snow Queen's face was filled with frost and she said coldly, "You don't have the right to know the exit." As she spoke, the Ice Queen raised her scepter again and chanted a mantra. Then, boundless power of ice and snow surged out once more. Then, the entire ice palace started to tremble. Then, Zhuo Wen felt an extremely powerful pushing force coming from the palace. The pushing force was terrifying and Zhuo Wen felt that he couldn't resist it. He flew out and was pushed out of the palace. Dang dang dang. Zhuo Wen's gaze turned grave as he landed on the ground outside the ice palace. At that moment, the huge ice palace had turned into a huge ice giant. This ice giant was close to 1,000 feet tall. It was much stronger than the ice giants formed by the snow mountains on the snow path. So, the Ice Snow Queen held her scepter and stood on the shoulder of the ice giant. Her jade-green eyes looked down on Zhuo Wen and her face was filled with frost. "I gave you a chance to be my pet but you didn't cherish it. You won't have another chance." Standing on the ice giant's shoulder, the Ice Snow Queen's voice was indifferent. Hong! The snow giant roared angrily as its mountain-like fist came crashing down, smashing into the area where Zhuo Wen was. So, Zhuo Wen had 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back. He turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from where he stood. The ice giant's fist smashed into the area where he stood, creating a crater that was dozens of feet deep. Countless ice shards flew out. "You won't be able to escape." The Ice Snow Queen's voice rang out again. The ice giant's attack didn't change and continued to attack Zhuo Wen. 1,000 feet tall body. Zhuo Wen roared and turned into 1,000 feet tall body with 4 heads and 8 arms. His eyes were wide open and 8-colored flames surrounded him. He looked like a demon and a god. The snow giant threw a punch, but Zhuo Wen's 8 arms blocked in front of him. Then, he abruptly hugged the giant's fist. Zhuo Wen only felt a terrifying power that could collapse heaven and earth. Then, under this power, he continuously retreated. His feet stepped on the ground, leaving 2 deep marks in the ground. He actually blocked it. The Ice Snow Queen's pupils constricted. She looked at the 4-headed, 8-armed Zhuo Wen who was trying his best to hug the ice giant's fist. However, this ice giant was close to 1,000 feet tall. Zhuo Wen's 1,000 feet body was still small and weak in front of it. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Ice Snow Queen snorted and smashed her scepter on the ice giant's head. Suddenly, the ice giant's eyes glowed with a demonic blue. It roared and went into a berserk state. Dang dang dang. The ice giant's power increased by a lot. Even though Zhuowen had 4 heads and 8 arms, he was still forced back by this huge power. His blood boiled and he almost couldn't hold on. 1,000 feet tall body. Zhuowen roared. His entire body was covered in golden light. His body grew 10 times taller and he became 1,000 feet tall giant. Zhuowen still cultivated the nirvana of the great sun to the limit of the 4th level of Dharma. His limit was to become 1,000 feet tall. There was a 5th level of the nirvana of the great sun. It was called undying indestructibility. Zhuowen knew that if he could reach the 5th level of undying indestructibility, his body would become 10,000 feet tall and he would be able to look down on all living things. However, the 5th level of the nirvana of the great sun was too difficult to break through. Zhuowen had broken through to Dharma for some time but he was still stuck at the edge of the peak of Dharma. However, it was also because of the difficulty of breaking through to undying indestructibility that Zhuowen knew that if he really broke through to the 5th level of nirvana of the great sun, then his body and power would undergo a true transformation. It would transform to an extremely perverse state. Of course, all of this was just his guess. He had not come into contact with the edge of undying indestructibility yet. What's wrong with this human? He actually turned into 1,000 feet tall giant. The Ice Snow Queen was stunned. She didn't expect Zhuowen to become so huge. Scram! Zhuowen roared angrily and punched out as well, slamming heavily into the snow giant's right fist. Brute force surged out, causing space to almost completely collapse. Then, Zhuowen's remaining 7 arms did not remain idle either, attacking the snow giant's blind spots from 7 different angles. Boom boom boom. The 7 punches landed on the ice giant's body at the same time, causing the ice giant to wail in pain and retreat. The body that was formed by the power of ice and snow almost collapsed under the terrifying power of the punches. I enjoyed the beating just now. Now, it's my turn. His feet landed on the ground and the entire world of ice and snow shook. Then, Zhuowen appeared in front of the ice giant in an instant. He punched the ice giant one after another. Every punch landed on the ice giant's body and golden light burst out. The space exploded and the ice shattered. Gotcha! The ice giant was almost suppressed by Zhuowen. Finally, after receiving more than 50 punches, the ice giant roared into the sky and shattered into pieces of ice. The Ice Snow Queen's face changed and she retreated a few hundred meters. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock as she stared at the ice giant that was almost crippled. What happened? Queen, why did the ice palace's guardian suddenly collapse? The moment the ice giant shattered, many figures came out from it. Their eyes were filled with fear. When the ice palace turned into a giant, they were all in the hall. However, when the ice giant was being suppressed by Zhuowen, many of the living beings in the palace felt that something was wrong. When the ice giant collapsed, they finally couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts and they all ran out. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Tell me the exit or all of you will die. Zhuowen, who was 1,000 feet tall, took a few steps forward and looked down at the Ice Snow Queen and the living beings that were surrounded by ice sculptures. The ice palace's guardian was destroyed by this human. How can a mere human be so strong? The living beings looked up at Zhuowen, who was 1,000 feet tall, and their hearts were filled with fear. Zhuowen was 1,000 feet tall and they were as small as ants in front of Zhuowen. Such a person could kill them all with a slap of his hand. The Ice Snow Queen's heart trembled. This human was too strong. She actually wanted to take him as her pet. Human. If you want to leave this world of ice and snow, you need the scepter in my hand. But you have to promise me that you won't harm us. Looking at Zhuowen's sharp eyes, the Ice Snow Queen submitted. Zhuowen nodded and returned to his normal body. He spread his hands at the Ice Snow Queen and said, "Give it to me. Give me the Ice Snow Scepter and I will spare your lives." The Ice Snow Queen nodded and respectfully handed the Ice Snow Scepter to Zhuowen. She forced a smile and said, "Human. Take the Ice Snow Scepter and follow the snow path. You will see a door. This Ice Snow Scepter is the key to that door." Zhuowen nodded. At the same time, he was a little surprised by the Ice Snow Scepter in his hand. The cold energy within it was extremely terrifying and dense. Zhuowen even suspected that the cold energy within the scepter had surpassed all the Earth-class cold energy. Of course, it still couldn't compare to the Heaven-class cold energy. What a powerful cold energy! Oh right, behind this world of ice and snow, how many more checkpoints are there? Zhuowen suddenly asked. The Ice Snow Queen was startled. Soon after, she honestly said, "There are 3 more checkpoints. Only by passing those 3 checkpoints can you smoothly reach the end of the stone cave and obtain the corresponding jade token." Hearing that, Zhuowen pondered for a while. His feet stepped and he directly flew along the snow path in front of him. His figure instantly disappeared. The Ice Snow Queen and the surrounding creatures all had complicated expressions. One of them sighed, "This human in front of us seems to be much stronger than the humans that came before. He actually defeated the giant guard so easily." The Ice Snow Queen nodded. Soon after, she ordered, "You don't need to care about this anymore. Rebuild the Ice Palace. We will continue to sleep and wait for the next challenger." Whoosh! At the end of the snow path, a figure instantly flew over. Soon, he stopped in front of a huge stone door. This stone door was 10 zhang wide. Its surface was filled with mottled traces of time. It looked very ancient. In front of the stone door, there was a groove. It should be something like a keyhole. Looks like the Ice Snow Scepter should be the real key to this stone door. Let's give it a try. Chapter 989. Absorbing the Sea of Magma, what a terrifying temperature. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he involuntarily took a few steps back. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhuowen immediately dispersed the heat that was invading from behind the stone door. Soon after, Zhuowen's gaze converged on the world behind the stone door. This was a terrifying world filled with magma and flames. As far as the eye could see, there was a suspended stone bridge above this world of magma. Moreover, the surface of the stone bridge was covered with traces of cracks. Between the cracks, streams of magma flowed. At the end of the suspended stone bridge, there was an island suspended in mid-air. At the end of the island, there was an empty door. Zhuowen knew that the empty door was the exit of this world of magma. I wonder what dangers exist in this world of magma. Zhuowen muttered to himself. Just as he was about to step out, the Saint Ice rune in his left hand suddenly flickered, attracting Zhuowen's attention. Looking at the flickering Saint Ice rune, a puzzled look appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. He did not know what was going on with the Saint Ice rune. Why did something so strange happen? However, Zhuowen soon found out the reason. He saw a hexahedral ice crystal fly out from the Saint Ice rune. With a swoosh, it flew towards the ice scepter in the keyhole of the stone door. A 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he recognized the identity of this strange ice crystal with a single glance. Back then, Zhuowen had placed the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva in the space of the Saint Ice rune to be nurtured. After all, the cold chi within the Saint Ice rune was extremely powerful and the environment was extremely suitable for the growth of the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva. Zhuowen had placed the larva inside with the intention of giving it a try. If it could really hatch, it would naturally be for the best. After all, the mysterious soul ice butterfly had great potential. If it was nurtured well, it could definitely advance to the terrifying Fey Emperor realm. Originally, Zhuowen had thought that it would take at least 1 or 2 years for the mysterious soul ice butterfly to hatch. However, he did not expect that the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva would suddenly undergo a change today. With a step, Zhuowen arrived behind the stone door. He saw that the ice crystal had actually absorbed into the ice scepter. The 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva hidden within the ice crystal made a strange sizzling sound. Next, Zhuowen's sharp senses discovered that the larva was actually beginning to absorb the powerful cold qi within the ice scepter. This frost scepter is good for larvae. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself in surprise. Of the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice butterfly parasite larva's larva was the mysterious ice larva of the 10,000 was. Kid, I'm afraid that the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva is about to hatch. Kid, hurry up and drip your blood on it. If you wait until the larva has completely hatched, it will be too late. Seeing that Xiao He was so cautious, Zhuowen hurriedly bit his thumb and dripped a drop of blood on the surface of the ice crystal. The drop of blood was then absorbed by the ice crystal. The larva's green eyes turned blood red, looking even more bizarre than before. However, with a thought, Zhuowen discovered that there was an additional consciousness in his sea of consciousness. This consciousness was very unfamiliar, and it seemed to be very dependent on Zhuowen. It was like a baby beast crying piteously for food. This consciousness belongs to the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. Nonsense. Other than the larva, who do you think it belongs to? You should put away the mysterious soul ice butterfly parasite larva first. Let it absorb for a while, and then it will be able to hatch the mysterious soul ice butterfly. Xiao He continued. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. With a thought, he put the mysterious soul ice butterfly parasite into his spirit ring. The 10,000-year mysterious soul ice butterfly parasite was firmly attached to the mysterious soul ice butterfly parasite, tirelessly absorbing the powerful ice energy in the mysterious soul ice butterfly parasite. After dealing with the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva, Zhuowen stepped into the world of magma. The temperature of this world of magma was indeed terrifying. Even Zhuowen felt his face and ears turn red. His forehead was burning. I have to get out of this world of magma as soon as possible. Zhuowen's eyes were faintly red. This was a reaction caused by the high temperature. Fortunately, he had the sacred ice rune. Although he still felt very hot, it was much better than before. This suspended stone bridge is very dangerous. Moreover, in this world of magma, the gravity is hundreds of times stronger than the outside world. Even if you use 3 pairs of lightning wings, I'm afraid that your speed will be very slow. Xiao He said solemnly. Zhuowen nodded. The moment he stepped into the world of magma, he had already felt the terrifying gravity of this world. This gravity was like a mountain crushing his body, causing his waist to bend, and he almost could not stand up straight. Fortunately, he had cultivated the nirvana of the great sun, so the strength of his physical body was extraordinary. Boom boom boom. The moment Zhuowen stepped onto the stone bridge, the magma below turned into fiery pythons and swept towards Zhuowen, wanting to devour Zhuowen completely. Zhuowen's complexion slightly changed. He exerted a palm power from his right hand, and a terrifying yuan power poured out. It immediately blocked the magma fire python outside. However, there were too many magma fire pythons. Zhuowen was overwhelmed. Kid! Your sacred fire rune can control all the flames in the world. You don't need to block the flames of magma. Use your sacred fire rune to control the flames of magma. Xiao He's voice suddenly sounded, causing Zhuowen's eyes to brighten. He nodded, and the sacred fire rune in his right hand shone with a blazing light. Then, with the help of the sacred fire rune, the fiery pythons that rushed out from the sea of magma below stopped in their tracks. Tens of thousands of fire pythons came to a stop above Zhuowen. Then, they started circling around Zhuowen. It was as though they were protecting him. The flames of magma in this world of magma were quite powerful. If he could absorb them into the sacred fire rune, it would be a very powerful method. Zhuowen suddenly had an idea. He pinched his right hand and with a thought, a powerful suction force came from the sacred fire rune. Then, the fiery pythons that were circling around Zhuowen's body all rushed into the sacred fire rune in his right hand. Absorb all of them. The magma in this world of magma was very powerful. Zhuowen naturally would not let it go. He simply released the sacred fire rune and began to let it absorb the sea of magma below the stone bridge. The sacred fire rune was indeed powerful. Although the magma in this world of magma was extraordinary, it was a pity that it was still insufficient in front of the sacred fire rune that could control all flames in the world. Boom! 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 The sea of magma below the stone bridge began to boil. In the middle of the sea of magma, terrifying waves of magma began to sweep out. The magma storm soared into the sky, crossed the stone bridge, and descended above Zhuowen. Then, under the suction force of the sacred fire rune, all of it rushed into the sacred fire rune. The entire sea of magma began to boil. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with madness. He completely released the sacred fire rune and allowed it to absorb the sea of magma. Kid! This sea of magma is too vast. You can't absorb it all. Xiao He frowned. Not necessarily. Zhuowen said. Then, with a stomp of his foot, he jumped down from the stone bridge and rushed toward the sea of magma below. Zhuowen knew that if the sea of magma was completely absorbed into the sacred fire rune, it would greatly increase his combat strength. This madman. Xiao He was somewhat helpless. However, he also followed Zhuowen and dived down. Since this kid wanted to go crazy, then he would accompany him. Zhuowen landed on top of the sea of magma. The power of the sacred fire rune gushed out and formed a huge whirlpool in the middle of the sea of magma. Zhuowen followed the whirlpool and dived to the bottom of the sea of magma. His right hand slammed on the ground at the bottom. The sacred fire rune was blazing to the extreme. The sea of magma began to boil, and countless huge waves were set off. Absorb all of it. Zhuowen roared. The rune of the sacred fire rune slowly spread from the back of Zhuowen's right hand to Zhuowen's entire body. The surrounding magma flowed into the sacred fire rune around Zhuowen's body. He actually spread the sacred fire rune all over his body to increase the area of magma absorption. This kid is smart. No wonder he jumped down from the stone bridge. Looking at this scene, the worry in Xiao He's eyes disappeared and was replaced by admiration. The sea of magma raged for a full hour. After an hour, the sea of magma had completely disappeared, leaving only the barren riverbed. Zhuowen stood quietly at the bottom of the riverbed. The sacred fire rune around his body was suffused with a fiery glow. It looked extremely strange. However, the sacred fire rune slowly faded and gathered on the back of Zhuowen's right hand. Whoosh! Xiao He came to Zhuowen's shoulder and praised, "I didn't expect you to use such a method to absorb the sea of magma. This is somewhat beyond my expectations." Zhuowen grinned and said, "I thought of it in a flash. This sea of magma is very terrifying. If I release all of it, even an early-stage heavenly venerable expert would find it difficult to resist." Yes. This sea of magma is indeed much more powerful than ordinary magma. Moreover, you have absorbed the entire sea of magma into the sacred fire rune. Its power is really terrifying. Xiao He nodded in agreement. The sea of magma has disappeared, and so has the powerful gravitational force. It seems that the gravitational force in the sea of magma is all thanks to this sea of magma. Now, we should leave this world of magma. As Zhuowen spoke, he stomped his foot and jumped back onto the stone bridge. His entire body passed through the stone bridge like a ghost. Soon, he arrived at the floating island at the end of the stone bridge. There was nothing on the island. Zhuowen searched for a while and lost interest. He left the island and stepped into the void gate in front of the island. Chapter 990. Thousand Beasts Bridge. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of a strange expression as he looked at the dazzling corridors around him. He had just walked out of the dangerous world of lava and suddenly arrived at such an extravagant place. Anyone would feel a trace of strangeness. This should be the fourth trial. After passing this trial, there will only be one trial left. At that time, I'll be able to reach the end of the grotto. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Back when he had challenged the world of ice, the Ice Queen had said that there were 3 more trials. He had already passed the world of lava, so there were only 2 left. This time, the Thousand Beasts Grotto was a race against time. Moreover, Zhuowen had passed the first 3 trials very quickly, especially the world of lava. With his Fire Saint Rune's ability to control fire, Zhuowen's speed was much faster than the others. For the remaining 2 trials, if Zhuowen's speed wasn't slow either, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 500. Moreover, his ranking might even be very high. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's footsteps sped up. He practically turned into an afterimage as he passed through the dazzling corridors. Very quickly, Zhuowen walked to the end of the corridor. Soon after, he arrived at a garden filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. Numerous Oreo-like hums were transmitted over. There were actually over a dozen beautiful figures fooling around in front of the garden. Birds chirping and fragrant flowers, beautiful scenery. The dozen or so playful beauties were all in the prime of their youth. Their figures were graceful and enchanting. Moreover, what made one's nose bleed was that these beauties were all wearing gauze. Their snow-white skin was faintly discernible under the gauze, causing one's blood to boil. Young master. Let's play together. The beauties arrived in front of Zhuowen and pulled him over without any explanation. Their bell-like voices constantly rang out in the garden. The gauze beauties all stuck close to Zhuowen. What was even worse was that one of them used her ample bosom to rub against Zhuowen's back. This caused a strange expression to appear on Zhuowen's face as a ball of lust rose in his lower abdomen. Young master. How about falling into the mortal world with us concubines forever? We will definitely serve young master well and won't disappoint him. Their hot breath drifted to Zhuowen's ears. There were even a few women who were sticking close to Zhuowen. Their small, fragrant tongues were sticking out. It was indescribably seductive. Falling into the mortal world forever. Zhuowen took a deep breath and slowly spat out a word, scram. The women's expressions changed slightly. Then, they started to entangle him again like water snakes. They used all their methods and laughed. What? Does young master think that we are not good? Life is short and bitter. If there's wine today, there's no need for young master to face difficulties and pursue the path of the martial Tao. Why don't we just enjoy ourselves and play around in the human world? Isn't that great? The seductive voice continued to ring out, adding a trace of enchantment and seduction. Waves of heat rose from the surroundings, and the surrounding graceful women began to dance. Their veils slowly slid down, revealing their snow-white skin and deep collarbones. You are not qualified to make me fall into the mortal world forever. Scram. Zhuowen slowly closed his eyes. Then, a golden Buddha's eye appeared between his eyebrows. The Buddha's light covered Zhuowen's entire body, forming the shadow of an ancient Buddha behind him. Buddha says, everything is illusory. Only my heart is true. The sound of Sanskrit came out from the shadow of the ancient Buddha. Then, golden words gushed out continuously. The terrifying Buddha's light shrouded the entire garden. At the same time, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the ground. The Buddha's eye between his eyebrows bloomed. The shadow of the ancient Buddha stood behind Zhuowen, unmoving like a mountain. I am the ancient Buddha. The garden, the beauties, and the beautiful scenery all disappeared at this moment. Just like Buddha says, everything is illusory. Only my heart is true. I grant you supreme authority. You will be able to control the life and death of countless people in the world. You will be under one and above all. The beauties disappeared. A middle-aged man in yellow robes came before Zhuowen. He promised countless benefits and bestowed endless wealth and supreme authority to Zhuowen. Zhuowen sat on the ground, his Buddha's light boundless. He wasn't affected by the authority. The scene changed again. At this moment, the members of the Zhuo family were all trapped in the Azure Emperor's Yuan energy cage. Zhuo Xiaotian was also being stepped on by the Azure Emperor. The young man looked at Zhuowen with provocation. Your father is trash. Your son is no better. You want to fight with me? Dream on. Now, not only will your father die, your family will also be destroyed. Everything you have will be destroyed by me. Moreover, I will cripple your cultivation. Not only that, I will make you suffer forever. Emperor Qin laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with arrogance. To him, Zhuowen was just a pitiful ant. Finally, Zhuowen opened his eyes slowly. He stared at the Azure Emperor and said, "Don't worry. When I step into the Emperor realm, you and the Azure Mystic Empire will be completely destroyed. Now, scram." After speaking, Zhuowen was still unmoved. With a wave of his sleeve, the Azure Emperor and the members of the Zhuo family were all wiped away. The scene changed again. At this moment, it was an endless azure hell. In this hell, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Countless skeletons were piled up like mountains. In the sky above hell, a huge blood figure slowly walked over. Blood demon. Zhuowen looked up at the blood figure and said calmly. Hee hee. Little bastard, you don't know that it's me, right? You actually dared to use the demon-sealing green coffin to imprison me. You are simply courting death. Now that I am out and my cultivation has recovered, you are dead for sure. As he said that, the blood demon extended a bloody hand that blotted out the sky and enveloped Zhuowen. He wanted to completely annihilate Zhuowen. Zhuowen calmly looked at the bloody hand that was slowly descending. His hands were behind his back. His eyes were filled with calmness. He muttered softly, "Everything is illusory." Boom! The bloody hand swung down and landed on the ground. Instantly, the entire space was destroyed. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. The sky changed color and dark clouds filled the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. However, Zhuowen was as calm as water. He stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. The bloody hand fell and passed through his body. The ground cracked and revealed a deep abyss. Zhuowen was still standing at the same spot and did not fall. Lightning struck down from the dark clouds and landed on the top of his head, but it passed through Zhuowen's body. It turned out that everything was illusory. In here, the world in the eyes was fake. Everything in the ears was fake. The world that the five senses sensed did not exist. The fourth stage is an illusory realm. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of golden light. It became more and more intense. The Buddha's eye between his eyebrows bloomed with golden light. The golden light instantly filled the entire space. When the golden light finally disappeared, the space returned to normal. Everything was illusory. Everything disappeared without a trace. Whether it was glory, wealth, or prosperity, everything disappeared. Only a barren land was left. Standing quietly in this barren land, Zhuowen tilted his head and looked at the end of the barren land. There was a deep cave there. That cave should be the exit of this illusory realm. The last stage. A look of excitement appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly entered the cave. After the cave, there was one grotto after another. Zhuowen passed through one grotto after another and finally reached the end. Zhuowen's footsteps also stopped. At this moment, in front of Zhuowen, there was a huge beast. This beast was extremely illusory. What was even more strange was that this beast's head was constantly changing. It was as if this beast had tens of thousands of beast heads. It looked extremely strange. On the back of this giant beast was a huge stone bridge. This stone bridge narrowed slowly from the beginning to the end, and there were 16 figures standing on this stone bridge. The 16 figures were all dressed in black robes. Their entire faces were covered by black hats. It was impossible to see their true faces. Zhuowen found that the strength of these 16 figures ranged from the early stage of the Xuanzuan realm to the peak of the Heavenly Master realm. Each person was in a different realm. There were exactly 16 people. If we pass through this giant beast bridge, we should be able to reach the exit. And this last stage is for everyone to pass together. Staring at the giant beast bridge, Zhuowen also noticed that there were caves in front of the bridge. These caves were exactly the same as the one Zhuowen had come out of. Clearly, these caves were the exits of the other participants. It was clear that this final trial wasn't a trial for individuals, but a trial for all the martial artists who were challenging the myriad beast grotto. What are the rules of this last stage? Zhuowen asked the black-robed man at the front of the giant beast's head. Originally, Zhuowen only wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect the black-robed man to really answer his question. The Thousand Beast Bridge has 16 sovereigns. Their strength ranges from the early stage of the Xuanzuan realm to the peak of the Tao Heavenly Master realm. The final ranking is based on the time taken to pass the Thousand Beast Bridge and arrive here, the black-robed man said coldly. In other words, if two people defeat the same number of venerables on the 10,000 Beasts Bridge, the person who arrives first will be ranked higher. Zhuowen asked with bright eyes. You are very smart. This is the rule of the Thousand Beast Bridge. The black-robed man nodded. Then, am I the first person to arrive here? Zhuowen asked again. Zhuowen believed that with the speed he passed through the trials earlier, and because his cultivation was only at the Exalt realm, the difficulty of the trials he'd set wouldn't be too difficult. So, Zhuowen felt that his speed was rather fast, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to arrive here before the others. No one has attempted the Thousand Beast Bridge yet. You are the first, the black-robed man said indifferently. Oh. I'm the first. Zhuowen was stunned. He didn't expect to be the first to arrive at the Thousand Beast Bridge. In other words, if he, Zhuowen, defeated all 16 sovereigns on the Thousand Beast Bridge, then the title of first place among the new students would be his. Even if the powerful Yuan Zhao had the strength to defeat all 16 sovereigns, it was impossible for him to surpass him. After all, Zhuowen was the first to arrive at the Thousand Beast Bridge. Moreover, he had defeated all 16 sovereigns. Yuan Zhao was powerful, but it was impossible for him to surpass Zhuowen. Chapter 991. The last stage. Zhuowen took a step forward and rushed towards the first black-robed man. The battle intent on his body was monstrous, forming a terrifying storm of energy behind him. The first black-robed man slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with indifference. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Zhuowen. Get lost! Zhuowen's right palm suddenly blasted out, and a terrifying yuan power poured out. The first black-robed man didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he was smashed to pieces by Zhuowen. The cultivation of the first black-robed man was only at the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm, which was too weak for Zhuowen. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that after the first black-robed man was smashed into nothingness, another black-robed man appeared in his original position. He sat cross-legged and didn't even look at Zhuowen. Obviously, after Zhuowen killed the first black-robed man, this new black-robed man replaced the one that was killed. He had already tacitly allowed Zhuowen to pass through this place. Not a real person, nor an illusion. Then what kind of existence are these black-robed men? Looking at the new black-robed man sitting in the first black-robed man's position, Zhuowen discovered that this black-robed man's aura was exactly the same as the one that was killed. They were basically the same person. After thinking for a moment, Zhuowen stopped thinking about this somewhat profound question and walked towards the second black-robed man. The second black-robed man did the same thing as the first black-robed man. When Zhuowen approached, he blocked Zhuowen's path and launched his own attack. Unfortunately, the second black-robed man was only at the intermediate stage of the Xuanzuan realm, and Zhuowen still annihilated him with a single palm. Dang dang dang. Footsteps slowly sounded from the myriad beasts bridge. The four black-robed men from the Xuanzuan realm couldn't stop Zhuowen at all. They couldn't even take a single blow from Zhuowen, so Zhuowen easily crossed the Xuanzuan realm and arrived in front of the four supreme realm black-robed men. The three black-robed men at the early stage, mid-stage, and late-stage supreme being realm still couldn't force Zhuowen to use his weapon. Zhuowen annihilated the three of them with a single palm strike and arrived in front of the black-robed man at the peak supreme being realm. To be able to possess such terrifying combat prowess at the late stage of the supreme realm, your talent is truly frightening. However, if you wish to pass through this trial of mine so easily, you will have to use your full strength. I'm afraid you won't stand a chance. The black-robed man at the peak of the supreme realm said indifferently. I don't need to use my full strength to deal with you. Zhuowen shook his head. How arrogant. Let's see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth. After the black-robed man at the peak of the supreme realm finished speaking, he stomped his foot and a terrifying aura surged out. He slammed his right palm forward and a dark energy burst out, forming countless black chains that attempted to bind Zhuowen. Scram! Zhuowen waved his right hand and a blood spear appeared in his palm. Following which, a terrifying spear aura erupted and countless blood seas surged out of the void and swept towards the black-robed man at the peak of the supreme realm. Boom! In a single exchange, the black-robed man was turned into dust by the blood seas. Zhuowen also crossed the supreme realm area and arrived in front of the four black-robed men at the golden supreme being realm. A mere supreme realm cultivator actually managed to break into the golden supreme being realm area. How rare. Unfortunately, you won't be able to pass through me. The black-robed man at the early stage golden supreme being realm slowly stood up with a cold smile on his face. However, before he could finish speaking, the blood seas turned into a terrifying blood vortex and instantly engulfed the black-robed man. The black-robed man was annihilated before he could even react. You talk too much. Zhuowen muttered as he swept towards the middle stage golden supreme being realm black-robed man. The middle stage golden supreme being realm black-robed man did not dare to be negligent. He had clearly seen the fate of the early stage golden supreme being realm cultivator. Although the young man before him was only at the late stage supreme realm, his combat strength was terrifying. It's actually the force of heaven and earth. No wonder you could instantly kill an early stage golden supreme being realm cultivator. Your combat strength is terrifying and I am no match for you. The middle stage golden supreme being realm black-robed man looked at the blood seas that surrounded Zhuowen and nodded. He simply gave up resisting and opened up a path for Zhuowen. I don't have to kill you black-robed men to pass through. Seeing that the middle stage golden supreme being realm black-robed man in front of him took the initiative to open up a path, Zhuowen asked in surprise. The black-robed man looked at Zhuowen strangely and said, the rules did not say that you have to kill the black-robed men. As long as you can cross over the black-robed men, it will be fine. Hearing that, Zhuowen nodded speechlessly. He had misunderstood the rules all along. If he had known earlier, he would not have needed to expend so much effort to kill the black-robed men. He could have just used his speed to cross over the black-robed men. At the thought of this, Zhuowen suddenly grew 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back. With a stomp of his feet, he turned into an illusory lightning radiance and instantly dodged the black-robed men who were at the late stage and peak of the Golden Supreme Being realm. The 2 black-robed men had wanted to intercept Zhuowen midway. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's speed was beyond their expectations. Although the 2 of them pounced at the same time, they could not stop Zhuowen. They could only watch as the lightning radiance that Zhuowen had turned into flashed past them. Stay here. How dare a mere Supreme Being attempt to pass through the Heavenly Venerables area? In the Heavenly Venerables area, the early-stage Heavenly Venerables black-robed man suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was extremely sharp. He grabbed at the void with his claws and an extremely thick wall of Yuan Qi formed around him. His purpose was to prevent Zhuowen from using his speed to pass through his area. Boom! Zhuowen slammed heavily into the wall of Yuan Qi, causing it to shake violently. However, it did not collapse. Instead, it shook a few times and returned to normal. Swoosh! Zhuowen stopped in front of the early-stage Heavenly Venerables black-robed man. His gaze was extremely cold as he said, "You intend to stop me? You are merely a Supreme Being. If I allow you to pass through, won't I become a laughing stock?" The early-stage Heavenly Venerables black-robed man sneered. Zhuowen nodded and said, "In that case, let's fight." As he spoke, Zhuowen displayed his 4 heads and 8 arms. He held 8 blood spears in his hands and displayed 8 Azura blood spear auras. 8 blood rivers burst out from the void and surrounded the early-stage Heavenly Venerables black-robed man like 8 waterfalls. The black-robed man's expression was extremely ugly. The strength that this Supreme Being had displayed was somewhat beyond his expectations. He was clearly only a Supreme Being, but he was actually able to display such a terrifying attack. Strangle! Zhuowen said indifferently. Then, the early-stage Heavenly Venerables black-robed man's eyes bulged slightly. He was completely shredded into nothingness by the 8 blood rivers. You also want to stop me? After killing the early-stage Heavenly Venerables black-robed man, Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived in front of the middle-stage Heavenly Venerables black-robed man. His eyes were filled with a hint of bloodlust. You're very strong, but the gap between us is huge. Are you really confident that you can pass through me? The middle-stage Heavenly Venerables black-robed man stood in front of Zhuowen and said expressionlessly. Zhuowen didn't speak, but the battle intent on his body became even more tyrannical and intense. This performance already represented Zhuowen's answer. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 ear-piercing sounds came from this space. Then, 2 figures rushed out from 2 of the numerous caves in front of the Myriad Beasts Bridge. Of the 2 figures, one was dressed in plain clothes and had an ordinary appearance. He was the eldest prince of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty, Yuan Zhao. The other person had a long sword on his back and his spine was straight like an unsheathed sword. He looked extremely terrifying. He was the genius of the Myriad Sword sect, Pom Pom. 2 of the 3 monstrous Heavenly Venerables had actually come out from the grotto at the same time. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. The 2 looked at each other and saw the sharpness in each other's eyes. Pom Pom smiled and said, "Brother Yuan Zhao. It seems that we came out from the grotto together. It's fate." Yuan Zhao said indifferently, "It is indeed fate. However, I think there should be another checkpoint. After all, this space doesn't seem to be the exit of the Myriad Beasts grotto." Pom Pom nodded and said, "This should be the fastest time for the 2 of us to come here. Brother Yuan Zhao, look over there. Perhaps the last checkpoint is that stone bridge. Let's go take a look." Yuan Zhao also nodded. Soon after, the 2 of them arrived in front of the 10,000 Beasts Bridge. Of course, the 2 of them also asked some questions about the rules of this checkpoint like Zhuowen did. The first black-robed man naturally explained everything in a serious manner. After hearing the rules, Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom both released a terrifying aura. Pom 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 laughed loudly and said, "The rules of the Bridge of 10,000 Beasts really suit my temperament. Whoever crosses the bridge first and defeats the most venerables will be ranked first in this year's new student assessment. Brother Yuan Zhao, although you're an early-stage heavenly venerate, I'm a sword cultivator. Coupled with the powerful offensive sword techniques of the myriad sword sect, you might not have much of an advantage." Yuan Zhao's aura wasn't any weaker than Pom Pom Pom's. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. His eyes were also filled with battle intent. He smiled and said, "That might not be the case. However, it's still too early to say that. Only when we go up and try will we know who's stronger and who's weaker." Ha! Brother Yuan Zhao is right. Let's go up and try. Pom Pom laughed loudly, his body radiating sharp sword energy. Just as the two of them were about to step onto the myriad beasts bridge to compete, a loud shout rang out from the other end of the bridge. At the same time, a torrential aura transformed into a ring-shaped wave of energy that spread towards them. The two of them, who were originally filled with fighting spirit, suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. The two of them hadn't even gone up yet, so how could there be such a fierce battle on the 10,000 Beast Bridge? Could it be that someone had already gone up the 10,000 Beast Bridge before them? At the thought of this, the two of them finally looked at the end of the bridge. There, they saw a black-haired, black-eyed youth holding a crimson spear. He was engaged in a fierce battle with the mid-stage heavenly venerate black-robed person. Boom! Boom! Chapter 992. Chasing and being chased. At this moment, in the Thousand Beasts Stonebridge area, a young man with long hair fluttering in the wind held a crimson spear in his hand. He was surrounded by 8 blood seas and was engaged in a fierce battle with a middle-stage heavenly venerate. Pom Deva and Yuan Zhao stared at the young man in disbelief. The young man who was fighting was Zhuo Wen, a mere supreme being. Before the Thousand Beasts Grotto, Yuan Sheng and Yuan Kong of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty had a conflict with Zhuo Wen. However, both of them had suffered a great loss. Yuan Zhao was about to take action, but he was stopped by the dean. "It's Zhuo Wen. That brat is one step ahead of us." Yuan Zhao's eyes darkened as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. His second and third brothers had been humiliated by Zhuo Wen in front of so many people. It was a slap to the face of the Yaoguang holy dynasty. Yuan Zhao was determined to get back at Zhuo Wen. Moreover, Yuan Zhao had already regarded the title of newcomer king as his own. Therefore, he had spared no effort to pass through the grotto as quickly as possible. Although Pom Depart had appeared in front of the Thousand Beast Stonebridge with him, Yuan Zhao was confident in his own strength. Even though Pom Depart was a powerful sword cultivator, he still thought that he had a great advantage and would pass through the grotto earlier than Pom Depart. However, he had never expected that someone had already arrived in front of him and Pom Depart. Moreover, that person was Zhuo Wen, who had a conflict with Yuan Zhao before. That little bastard. "Brother Pom Depart, let's attack him together. We can't let that little bastard pass through the heavenly venerate area. If he defeats the last supreme being, we won't be able to take first place," Yuan Zhao said coldly. Pom Master's expression was somewhat ugly. He had not expected that Zhuo Wen would arrive even faster than him and Yuan Zhao. Therefore, his eyes contained traces of hostility when he looked at Zhuo Wen's figure in battle. Brother Yuan Zhao is right. Let's work together and eliminate Zhuo Wen. As for the new champion, we'll decide it later. Pom Depart nodded and agreed with Yuan Zhao's suggestion. Go. After reaching an agreement, the two of them stomped their feet and flew out at the same time. A terrifying aura burst out from their bodies and turned into a terrifying vortex storm behind them. Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree have arrived. Boom. With a loud explosion, Zhuo Wen took a few steps back. Soon after, his eyes noticed the two figures charging over from the Thousand Beast Stone Bridge. Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom were both monstrous celestial venerables. Pom Pom was an early-stage celestial venerate sword cultivator, while Yuan Zhao was a mid-stage celestial venerate. His combat power was probably even more terrifying than Pom Pom's. Either one of them could threaten Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that if he allowed the two of them to reach his side, he might really be eliminated by the two of them. I have to get through the Empyrean area as soon as possible. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. 4 heads and 8 arms grew out of his body. His combat strength soared to the extreme. Terrifying fighting spirit gushed out continuously, causing Zhuowen's robes and long hair to flutter in the wind. His aura was like a rainbow. Kill. As he stepped out, a sea of blood gathered. The 8 blood spears were like 8 heavenly pillars that could shatter heaven and earth, crushing down. The mid-stage celestial venerate black-robed man's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Zhuowen's attack to become so fierce. It was beyond his expectations. However, the black-robed man was also difficult to deal with. His lower abdomen shrank and his entire body arched into the shape of a shrimp. Then, he loosened his body and shot out like an arrow from a bow. He waved his palms. Black light filled the air and turned into 2 huge black blades that were dozens of feet long. Slash! The 2 black blades slashed out and collided with the 8 blood spears. Then, an earth-shattering sound resounded and the entire stone bridge shook. Thud! 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 To the black-robed man's horror, the 8 blood spears were too terrifying. The crushing power spread out. He felt as if he was holding 8 huge mountains in his hands. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his face pale. Zhuowen stepped on the 8 blood spears. His eyes were cold. He stomped his feet and a terrifying force gushed out. The black-robed man's knees were slightly bent. He was faintly unable to withstand the force. Let's go. At the same time, Zhuowen took a step forward and passed over the black-robed man's head. He instantly arrived in front of the 15th black-robed man. The 15th black-robed man's strength had reached the late-stage heavenly venerate. He was originally sitting cross-legged, but he slowly stood up. He glanced indifferently at Zhuowen and said, "You're only at the late-stage sovereign stage, but you've reached the late-stage heavenly venerate. Your talent and potential are terrifying, but this is the end. If you want to leave the Myriad Beast Bridge now, I can let you go. Even if you didn't pass all the 16 sovereigns on the Myriad Beast Bridge, you should be able to enter the top 3 since you've passed 14. You should let go when it's time to let go. Otherwise, you'll only lose more." Zhuowen nodded and said seriously, "You're right, but I still want to give it a try." The 15th black-robed man looked at the serious young man in front of him in astonishment. He didn't expect that the young man would still want to force his way through despite his earnest persuasion. "Zhuowen! Stop right there, or you'll end up in a miserable state." A loud shout suddenly rang out. Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree were rushing through the stone bridge like a hot knife through butter. Both of them possessed extraordinary battle strength, so it only took them an instant to reach the black-robed man's area. The loud shout just now had come from Yuan Zhao. At this moment, Yuan Zhao was like a hot knife through butter. Even though he was in the Golden Venerate's area, he still managed to kill the black-robed man in one move. He was even faster than Palm Tree. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Yuan Zhao was so powerful that he could reach the black-robed man's area so quickly. I can't let Yuan Zhao get close. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. With that, Zhuowen stomped his foot and his aura surged out. He didn't waste any more words with the 15th black-robed man and directly attacked. Seeing Zhuowen's attack, the black-robed man knew what Zhuowen's choice was. The aura of an advanced heavenly venerate surged out from his body as he pushed out his right palm and blasted it towards Zhuowen. Immediately, countless palm prints appeared and enveloped Zhuowen. Boom! Zhuowen tapped his forehead with his right hand and a terrifying mind power surged out. Then, the infinite sword formation turned into rays of sword light and appeared around Zhuowen. Flowing sword style. As for Zhuowen, he used his fifth sword move, flowing sword style. Suddenly, one sword beam after another transformed into a terrifying sword beam storm, which revolved around Zhuowen. Boom! 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 The palm prints collided with the sword light storm, causing a series of explosions. The surrounding space also fell into a state of collapse and trembling. What a powerful mind power! No wonder he dared to enter the heavenly venerates area. It turns out that he was hiding such a powerful mind power. Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree, who were in the golden venerates area, also noticed the battle situation on Zhuowen's side. When they saw the huge sword light storm formed by the infinite sword formation, their faces turned gloomy. Zhuowen's battle strength was already very terrifying. With the help of his mind power, the strength he could unleash would definitely be terrifying. Azura Blood Spear Style. Divine Sun Cauldron. Zhuowen no longer held back. The moment his mind power surged out, he used the Azura Blood Spear Style and the Divine Sun Cauldron. The sea of blood and the sun's fire intersected and rushed toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man was shocked. He spat out his palm and countless ghostly phantoms appeared behind him. These phantoms extended countless tentacles and rushed toward the Azura Blood Spear Style and the sun's fire, blocking them for a moment. Late-stage heavenly venerate warriors are really terrifying. Looking at the black-robed man who blocked the Azura Blood Spear Style and the sun's fire again, Zhuowen's gaze became somewhat serious. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his black pupils had turned dark gold. Dragon Soul Realization. Zhuowen mumbled softly. Cold dragon scales covered his entire body, and he instantly transformed into a dragon man. Hideous bone spikes grew out of his elbows, back, knees, and all over his body. He looked terrifying and powerful. A supreme surging aura burst out. At this moment, Zhuowen's aura in his dragon man form was much stronger than before. Is this a dragon soul? Why is it so strange? At this moment, Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree finally arrived where the black-robed man was at the early stage heavenly venerate. However, their attention was also attracted by Zhuowen who had transformed into a dragon man. In particular, the dragon soul aura on Zhuowen's body made them frown slightly. They had seen dragon soul warriors before. Moreover, warriors who used dragon soul realization were much stronger than ordinary warriors. However, dragon soul realization was usually a giant dragon. However, Zhuowen's dragon soul realization made Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree extremely surprised. It seemed that Zhuowen's dragon soul was attached to the surface of this child. It looked extremely strange, but they naturally recognized the dragon soul aura on his body. Dragon Strangle. Zhuowen, who had transformed into a dragon man, stepped into the void. He was like a fighting machine with sharp weapons all over his body. The black-robed man finally showed a cautious expression. Zhuowen's dragon soul realization gave him a terrifying feeling, so he had to be cautious. Thousand Palm Imprint. The black-robed man roared and pushed out his palms. Black light as deep as the abyss, palm imprints filled the sky and covered the entire myriad beast bridge like dark clouds, covering the sky and the sun. Zhuowen's attack came as expected. His hands turned into huge dragon claws, and then his entire body spun rapidly in the air like a spinning top being whipped. Then, Zhuowen, who was spinning at high speed, suddenly fell down. Boom! 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 The thousand palm imprints attack was terrifying and intense. Layers of palm imprints surged up and turned into a sea of palm imprints, sealing Zhuowen in all directions. Zhuowen snorted coldly. His entire body was like a whirlwind, and there were weapons all over his body. He blasted out palm imprints one after another, especially the bone spurs all over his body. With the surge of power, they blocked all the palm imprints that were close to his body. Chapter 993. The Last Black-Robed Man, Destroy. Zhuo Wen's gaze was incomparably cold. With a twist of his waist, a terrifying power poured out, forming an extremely terrifying hurricane on the spot. Boom! 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 Immediately, the thousands of palm prints in the surroundings were completely destroyed by the destructive power. Zhuowen, who had turned into a dragon man, arrived in front of the black-robed man in an instant. He raised his right knee and a powerful force swept out, creating countless hurricanes. The black-robed man's eyes darkened. He waved his right palm and dark energy surged out, forming a black energy barrier. Bang! His knee swept out, and the sharp bone spike slammed into the black energy barrier. Immediately, the black energy barrier shook violently, and the black-robed man took a step back. Break! 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 Zhuowen was like a hurricane. His limbs were like the wind, constantly bombarding the black energy barrier. Whether it was the bone spike on his elbow or the bone spike on his knee, all of them were aimed at the black energy barrier. The terrifying energy around Zhuowen in his dragonman form turned into a terrifying whirlwind. It was as if these whirlwinds were dancing with Zhuowen at the center. Boom! 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 Finally, the black energy barrier began to tremble violently. Then, a crisp cracking sound resounded. Terrifying cracks appeared on the barrier's surface. Bang! In the end, the black energy barrier completely shattered under the shocked gaze of the black-robed person. Zhuowen's right fist, which was covered in dragon scales, had already arrived and heavily smashed into the black-robed person's chest. Thud! 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 The black-robed man took dozens of steps back, and his body began to fade. Clearly, the black-robed man had been completely defeated this time. Congratulations, you've passed my trial. The black-robed man nodded at Zhuowen and finally disappeared. In the place of the 15th black-robed man on the stone bridge, an advanced heavenly venerate black-robed man reappeared. Zhuowen passed the 15th black-robed man and arrived in front of the 16th black-robed man. His sharp eyes stared at the last venerate, who was also the strongest black-robed man on the bridge of beasts. He was a peak heavenly venerate martialist. The last black-robed man's gaze landed on Zhuowen. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. The young man before him was only at the late-stage Supreme Being stage. Yet, he was able to stand in front of him. This lad was truly terrifying. Zhuowen. Now, I want you to leave the Myriad Beast Bridge immediately. Otherwise, your end will be miserable beyond your imagination. When Zhuowen arrived in front of the peak heavenly venerable black-robed man, Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom's eyelids twitched. Their eyes were filled with shock and anger. The scene of this kid defeating the late-stage heavenly venerable black-robed man was still vivid in their minds. The two of them finally felt a sense of threat from Zhuowen. They could not allow Zhuowen to pass the last black-robed man. Otherwise, the first place among the freshmen would become a foregone conclusion. If they could kick Zhuowen out of the Bridge of Beasts now, the two of them would still have a chance to take first place. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. Zhuowen stood calmly in front of the peak heavenly venerable black-robed man. He naturally heard Yuan Zhao's shout behind him, but he ignored it. Instead, he stared at the black-robed man in front of him. The black-robed man was very strong. A peak heavenly venerable black-robed man was not easy to deal with. Although the black-robed men on the Bridge of Beasts were generally weaker than ordinary martialists of the same level, they could not use spiritual treasures or other means. They could only rely on their own realm and skills to attack. Therefore, the black-robed men were much easier to deal with than ordinary martialists of the same level. However, the black-robed man in front of them was still a peak heavenly venerable. Even if he did not use spiritual treasures or other means, he was still not someone an ordinary supreme being could resist. After all, the gap between a peak heavenly venerable and a late-stage supreme being was too great. It was like a chasm that was unreachable. Looks like I have to go all out. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. The aura on his body began to rise. Inky black energy gushed out from the countless dragon scales, forming a huge black dragon phantom behind him. The black dragon phantom's pupils were dark gold. It looked cold and ruthless, cruel and overbearing. Charge! Zhuowen roared. He stomped his foot and a terrifying force spread throughout the bridge of beasts. Then, the bridge of beasts trembled violently. Zhuowen shot forward like a cannonball, instantly arriving in front of the black-robed man. His elbows, knees, and head were like sharp weapons, constantly attacking the black-robed man. The attack was extremely terrifying. It was like a torrential storm. It was continuous and incessant. Zhuowen had used this torrential attack to pressure the 15th black-robed man until he was flustered and caught off guard. In the end, he was killed by Zhuowen. However, the strength of this 16th black-robed person was far stronger than the previous one. His gaze was indifferent as he slowly extended both of his hands, casually blocking Zhuowen's storm-like attacks. Everything seemed to be done in a very casual manner. Your strength is not bad, but it is far from enough to defeat me. Don't waste your energy. You can choose to leave the bridge of beasts now. Your result will not be bad this time, the black-robed man said indifferently. Zhuowen shook his head. He had to ensure that he was 100% sure that he would be first among the new students. To achieve this goal, he had to defeat the last black-robed man. This little bastard. Looking at Zhuowen's actions, Yuan Zhao's eyes darkened. He slammed out a palm and destroyed the middle stage heavenly master black-robed man. Soon, he arrived in front of the late-stage heavenly master black-robed man. As for Pom Pom, his speed was not weak either. He was a sword cultivator and had mastered powerful sword force. His sword slashed out with monstrous power. Even the early-stage heavenly master black-robed man was killed by his sword. However, Pom Pom's cultivation was weaker than Yuan Zhao's, so his speed was slower. When Yuan Zhao arrived in front of the late-stage heavenly master black-robed man, Pom Pom had just arrived in front of the middle-stage heavenly master black-robed man. The late-stage heavenly master black-robed man was not weak. Even Yuan Zhao had to take him seriously. Soon, a terrifying battle broke out between the two. The shockwaves from the battle were extremely terrifying. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, many figures rushed out of the caves in front of the Myriad Beasts Bridge. Among them were the Alcade Holy Dynasty's 2nd Prince Yuan Kong and 3rd Prince Yuansheng, the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's Crown Prince Yun Zhongyang, and Blue Smoke. Even the geniuses from the other two holy dynasties and sects had arrived at the same time. It was worth noting that Mo Lingtian was also among them. It seemed that Mo Lingtian's strength was not simple. He was able to arrive at the Myriad Beasts Bridge so quickly. Looking at the remaining figures, Yun Zhongyang's eyes darkened. He did not expect to come out with a group of golden exalts. It was a little humiliating for him. Boom! 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 The sounds of battle filled the air. Then, Yun Zhongyang and the others noticed the earth-shattering battle taking place on the Myriad Beasts Bridge. It really is Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree. These two are the fastest. They're actually already challenging the Thousand Beasts Bridge. Yun Zhongyang quickly noticed the battle on the Thousand Beasts Bridge and muttered to himself with a dark look in his eyes. The rest of the crowd's attention was also attracted by the battle on the Thousand Beasts Bridge. They did not react much when they saw Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom. After all, they were well aware of how powerful Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom were. In fact, many people secretly guessed that the title of newcomer king would fall into the hands of either Yuan Zhao or Pom Pom. As for Yun Zhongyang, he was faintly ignored by everyone. After all, Yun Zhongyang's strength was the weakest among the three heavenly masters. Moreover, he was arrogant and unruly, offending many people. Wait, why are there 3 people on the Myriad Beasts bridge? Who's the other one? Soon, someone noticed the last person. The last person was standing at the end of the Myriad Beasts bridge and was fighting the last black-robed man. Yuan Zhao was only one black-robed man away from this person. It could be said that they were extremely close. As soon as this person spoke, everyone's gaze shifted to the front. Sure enough, they saw the figure fighting the black-robed man. However, the strange thing was that this figure was wrapped in dragon power. It looked neither human nor ghost. No one could recognize what this thing was. Zhuowen. Stop right now. Otherwise, I won't let you go. An angry roar was heard. Everyone realized that the owner of the roar was Yuan Zhao. At this moment, Yuan Zhao was fighting with a late-stage heavenly master warrior. His gaze would occasionally land on the dragon man in front of him. It's Zhuowen. How did Zhuowen become like this? Everyone was stunned at first. Then, they couldn't help but have a strange look on their faces. Judging from the situation of the 3 people, it seemed that Zhuowen was ahead of Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom. In other words, if Zhuowen could really beat Yuan Zhao to the 16th black-robed man, the first place of the new students might change hands. Whoosh! There was a piercing sound. Before anyone could react, Yun Zhongyang had already turned into a shadow and rushed out. He instantly stepped onto the Myriad Beasts bridge. The others also reacted. They knew that now wasn't the time to discuss this. They had to race against time and cross the Myriad Beasts bridge first. In an instant, more than a dozen people turned into shadows and stepped onto the Myriad Beasts bridge. The originally quiet Myriad Beasts bridge gradually became lively. Whoosh! Zhuowen groaned and took a few steps back. He stared at the black-robed man in front of him with a gloomy look. The black-robed man at the peak of the heavenly master level was very powerful. He gave Zhuowen a feeling that he couldn't resist. Break it! Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind. Then, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Yuan Zhao had actually destroyed the 15th black-robed man with a single palm. At this moment, he was rushing over. Little bastard, you dare to compete with me for first place? Then, die. As soon as Yuan Zhao arrived, his right palm suddenly blasted out. Terrifying origin energy poured out and turned into a huge origin energy palm. It crushed down heavily on Zhuowen. Chapter 994. Yuan Zhao and the Palm Dragon Strangulation. Zhuowen let out a low roar. With a twist of his waist and a stomp of his leg, his entire body shot out like a cannonball, transforming into a terrifying hurricane. The black dragon behind him was unwilling to be outdone as it surged towards Yuan Zhao's Yuan power palm that was crushing down. Bang! The energy whirlwind formed by the dragon grind instantly collided with the Yuan power palm. Subsequently, the whirlwind was completely suppressed, while Zhuowen's spinning body also came to a halt, as he involuntarily staggered backwards. Do you really believe that you can match up against me at the late sovereign stage? Wishful thinking. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out of the Thousand Beast Bridge. Yuan Zhao stood on top of the Yuan power palm and looked down at Zhuowen, who was at the end of the bridge. His eyes were filled with indifference. You want me to get out of the Thousand Beast Bridge? I don't think you have the qualifications to do so. Zhuowen's eyes were exceedingly calm. With a stomp of his foot, 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out from his back. However, the 3 pairs of lightning wings were infected by an ink-black energy, transforming into 3 pairs of dragon wings that were several feet long. At the same time, Zhuowen's aura also became much more terrifying than before. Oh. You don't know the difference between life and death. Looks like you're really courting death. Yuan Zhao's eyes narrowed as his foot ferociously stomped down. The Yuan power palm beneath his feet emitted a rumbling sound as it descended from the sky like a giant mountain, heading straight for Zhuo Wen's head in an attempt to completely envelop him. Dragon Scale Guard. Zhuo Wen growled. His hands transformed into dragon claws as he ferociously slammed them towards the ground. Instantly, the giant black dragon shadow hovering behind him coiled around Zhuo Wen, completely surrounding him as if it was protecting him. Boom! The Yuan power palm slammed down, heavily smashing against the coiling dragon that was protecting Zhuo Wen. An earth-shattering dragon roar sounded out. The black dragon's eyes were filled with an unyielding look as it actually blocked the terrifying Yuan power palm in the sky. Thud. At the same time, Zhuo Wen stomped his foot and 3 pairs of dragon wings unfurled. His speed soared to the extreme. However, he did not fly towards Yuan Zhao. Instead, he flew towards the 16th black-robed man. As long as he could defeat the last venerable, Zhuo Wen would undoubtedly become the first among the new students. The black-robed man did not intervene in the battle between Zhuo Wen and Yuan Zhao. He only stood silently at the end of the bridge. If anyone wanted to cross the bridge, he would intervene. Otherwise, he would not intervene. Get down here. The black-robed person said in an indifferent voice. A claw extended from the empty space and suddenly grabbed down. Immediately, Zhuo Wen, who was relying on the speed of his dragon wings to go around the black-robed person, was held back by an invisible force. Whoosh! Zhuo Wen's figure appeared in the sky above the black-robed man. However, at this moment, his expression was somewhat ugly. It seemed that the black-robed man would not let him pass so easily. I think you should give up. You are not strong enough. The black-robed man said in an indifferent voice. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuo Wen flew backwards. Unknowingly, Yuan Zhao had appeared behind Zhuo Wen. He spat out a palm and was about to attack Zhuo Wen. However, Zhuo Wen was already prepared. He folded his dragon wings and enveloped his entire body, turning into an oval-shaped black egg. Bang! Yuan Zhao's palm landed on the dragon wings. Zhuo Wen fell from mid-air and landed heavily on the stone bridge, creating a deep pit that was several feet wide. You want to pass the last venerable master with your strength? What a fool's dream. Since you don't want to get lost immediately, then you can die. Yuan Zhao said in an indifferent voice. He took a step in the air and charged forward in a strange manner. Ropes of Gang Qi were released from his body and filled the sky. They were like dragons and snakes that wrapped around Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen's expression changed slightly. His foot suddenly stomped on the ground and his entire body shot backwards, leaving his original spot. However, that rope-like aura was like a maggot in one's bones as it shot out and actually tightly wrapped around Zhuo Wen. What a strange Gang Qi. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed slightly. Yuan Zhao was indeed powerful. Just this move alone was enough to make Zhuo Wen somewhat exhausted. Whoosh! The dragon wings opened again and Zhuo Wen turned into a black shadow. In an instant it was as if there were thousands of Zhuo Wens on the Thousand-Beast Bridge. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Your speed is not bad. However, so what if you are fast? Under my inescapable net, even if your speed is unparalleled, you will not be able to escape. Yuan Zhao's indifferent voice rang out again. His right hand formed a palm and pressed down. Instantly, countless thread-like Gang Qi covered the entire Thousand-Beast Bridge. No matter how fast Zhuo Wen was, he could not seal the entire bridge. It was still in Yuan Zhao's palm. Under the thread-like Gang Qi, Zhuowen's speed slowed down significantly. It was as if he had stopped moving. What a strange gang qi. It is like threads that have wrapped around my body and even hindered my movements. Zhuowen furrowed his brows and roared. A sea of blood gushed out and swept away the surrounding threads of gang qi like sharp blades. It's too late. A loud roar rang out. Then, Yuan Zhao appeared in front of Zhuowen. He threw out his right palm and purple lightning flashed. Lightning in the palm. Zhuowen did not dare to be careless. The dragon claw formed by his right hand slammed upwards. The two palms collided, and countless gusts of wind blew. Zhuowen's expression changed drastically. The moment he came into contact with Yuan Zhao's palm, a terrifying amount of scorching energy came from his palm. Boom! Suddenly, the purple lightning energy exploded. Zhuowen's right hand was crushed by this terrifying purple lightning energy. Dragon blood splattered on the Thousand Beast Bridge. Thump thump thump. Zhuowen retreated dozens of steps. His right arm was trembling. At this moment, his dragon claw was almost crushed by the purple lightning energy. His dragon scales were flipped and he looked extremely ferocious. At this moment, Yuan Zhao's long hair danced in the wind. Purple lightning surrounded his body. His eyes were filled with arrogance. He stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "An ant is an ant. Even if you have extraordinary combat strength, you are just a slightly stronger ant in my eyes." Zhuowen's eyes were dark. At the same time, he activated the vitality of the blood-soul tree core in his heart. Instantly, a huge amount of vitality energy spread throughout his body. The crushed dragon claw on his right hand was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a strong recovery ability. Yuan Zhao also noticed Zhuowen's rapidly recovering dragon claw, and a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He did not expect Zhuowen's recovery ability to be so powerful. His claw, which had been shattered by the purple lightning energy, had recovered in the blink of an eye. However, so what if your recovery ability is strong? Under my attacks, how many times can you withstand? As Yuan Zhao spoke, he stomped his foot. Purple lightning filled the air and formed a purple lightning armor on his body. He looked indescribably majestic. Kill! Yuan Zhao shouted and dashed towards Zhuowen again. Purple lightning flashed and drew a beautiful purple light in the sky above the Thousand Beasts Bridge. In an instant, he was in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen wasn't afraid at all. His fighting spirit soared to the sky. He had the vitality of the blood-soul tree's core. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he could recover in a short time. Although it wasn't as abnormal as the undying armor soul, the effect wouldn't be too bad. Before the vitality of the blood-soul tree core was used up, it would be difficult to kill Zhuowen. Kill! Zhuowen roared and dashed out. With the help of the bone spurs on his body, he attacked Yuan Zhao continuously like a war machine. Boom! 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 The two of them instantly clashed. The energy in the air dissipated and there were signs of space collapsing. It had to be said that Yuan Zhao's purple lightning was very terrifying. Every strike was able to shatter Zhuowen's body. However, Zhuowen's recovery ability was very strong. Relying on the vitality in his core, he was able to recover in time every time his body was shattered by the purple lightning. Yuan Zhao's brows furrowed even tighter. Zhuowen's recovery ability was a little beyond his expectations. The power of the purple lightning was terrifying enough. Zhuowen's body would recover in time every time it injured him. Why is Zhuowen's recovery ability so strong? Yuan Zhao slowly retreated and looked at Zhuowen cautiously. Zhuowen also retreated more than 10 steps. At this moment, his body was covered in wounds. However, with the vitality of the heart core, they were gradually healing. Soon, he looked as good as new. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sword light flashed. Then, Palm Tree came to Yuan Zhao's side with a long sword on his back. His eyes were filled with sharp sword light. "Brother Yuan Zhao. You've been up here for so long and you still haven't finished him off." Palm Tree suddenly mocked. Yuan Zhao narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "This guy is insignificant. However, he's like a cockroach. His recovery ability is terrifying. If it wasn't for his recovery ability, he would have died thousands of times already." Hearing this, the corners of Pom Pom's mouth curled up slightly as he said, "Brother Yuan Zhao, although I can understand that you can't take down Zhuo Wen, isn't it a little far-fetched for you to use such a reason to justify yourself?" Yuan Zhao's eyes turned cold and said, "Since Brother Palm Tree is so confident, why don't you try and see if you can take down Zhuo Wen?" Palm Tree nodded and said, "Since Brother Yuan Zhao said so, I'll take this ant on." However, Zhuo Wen became colder and colder. Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree really thought that he was a persimmon that they could pinch as they wished. Whoosh! Pom Pom rushed over in an instant, his right hand formed a sword finger and pointed at Zhuo Wen. In an instant, countless sword lights flashed and rushed towards Zhuo Wen like a storm. Zhuo Wen stomped his foot and punched out with his right fist. A terrifying force was unleashed and slammed into the storm of swords. However, to Zhuo Wen's horror, the sword light storm was extremely terrifying. When his right fist hit it, it was as if he hit an indestructible rock wall. Thud thud thud. Zhuo Wen took a few steps back. Then, his fist shattered under the power of the sword light storm. Fortunately, Zhuo Wen had a strong life force and was able to heal his injuries in an instant. Boom boom boom. Zhuo Wen was like a madman as he threw out punch after punch. Every punch contained an earth-shattering power. His fists tore apart the sword light storm, and in the end, he forcefully shattered it into nothingness. Zhuo Wen's fists had also paid a huge price as they were badly mangled. Chapter 995. 1 against 3-inch Brother Palm Tree. "I didn't lie to you, did I?" Yuan Zhao came to Palm Tree's side and glanced at Zhuo Wen with a faint smile. Palm Tree nodded and said, "Since that's the case, let's eliminate this ant first. I don't want to be the snipe and the clam, and let a brat become the fisherman." "Brother Palm Tree, what you said is exactly what I was thinking. Those who are an eyesore should get out of here as soon as possible," Yuan Zhao replied. "Let's attack together. We don't have much time now. Let's get this eyesore out of the Myriad Beasts Bridge as soon as possible." As Pom Pom spoke, countless sword chi enveloped her body. Sword light flashed in her eyes, making her look like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. Yuan Zhao let out a long laugh. His body was also covered in purple lightning as he stared at Zhuo Wen wantonly. Zhuo Wen slowly raised his head, and his eyes were cold. The dragon scales on his body slowly faded away, and his originally dark golden eyes gradually turned blood red, containing a bloodthirsty light. A terrifying murderous demonic aura slowly flowed out of Zhuo Wen's body. Blood chi filled the air, and almost enveloped Zhuo Wen's entire body, causing Zhuo Wen's figure to become a little blurry. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, more and more people gathered in the cave in front of the Myriad Beasts Bridge. In an instant, there were hundreds of people. After everyone understood the rules of the Myriad Beasts Bridge, they desperately climbed up the bridge and began to challenge the black-robed men, hoping to enter the top 500. Of course, everyone also noticed that at the end of the bridge, Yuan Zhao, Palm Tree, and Zhuo Wen were facing off against each other. "It's Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree. They seem to be teaming up against one person." Everyone quickly noticed that Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree seemed to be teaming up. Then, everyone's gaze landed on the figure in front of Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree. This figure was enveloped in blood chi. Through the gaps in the bloody mist, everyone caught a glimpse of the figure's face. Soon after, they were stunned. This figure's face wasn't unfamiliar to them. Wasn't it the Supreme Being Genius, Zhuowen? It's that Zhuowen. Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom are planning to join forces to deal with that Zhuowen. If that's the case, then this Zhuowen is finished. Even if his battle prowess is monstrous, there's no way he'll be a match for Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom. Everyone who saw this scene looked at Zhuowen with a trace of pity in their eyes. They really didn't know what Zhuowen had done to provoke Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom to attack him together. Brother Yuan Zhao, brother Palm Tree, the two of you seem to have forgotten about me. How could I miss out on this little bastard? A sinister voice sounded. Then, Yun Zhongyang, dressed in a blue robe, had arrived at the end of the bridge and landed beside Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom. Brother Yun. Looks like you're not slow either. You actually broke through the top 15 black-robed people so quickly. However, I have to tell you that it won't be that easy for you to compete with us for the first place among the new students this time. Yuan Zhao glanced at Yun Zhongyang indifferently and said somewhat casually. Although Yun Zhongyang's cultivation was the same as Pom Pom's, he was also an early-stage heavenly venerable. Unfortunately, he wasn't an offensive-oriented sword cultivator like Pom Pom, so he didn't know that Yuan Zhao was afraid of him. Yun Zhongyang's expression froze and a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, Brother Yuan Zhao, don't worry. It's really difficult for me to compete with you with my strength. However, I don't want to let this kid go. At this point, Yun Zhongyang's sinister gaze landed on Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was already showing signs of being possessed. Amidst the lingering blood qi, Zhuowen's hair was beginning to be dyed with a layer of blood. Wasn't this the demonic youth who had chopped off Yun Zhongyang's arm in the heavenly venerable Ironman cave? It really is you. Today, I'll take revenge for what happened back then. Yun Zhongyang looked down at Zhuowen, who was shrouded in blood qi. His voice contained a trace of resentment. Zhuowen's gaze was calm as he said indifferently, back in the heavenly venerable Ironman cave, you fled in panic like a stray dog. Now, you want to use your master's power to bully me? Pom Pom and Yuan Zhao glanced at Zhuowen and Yun Zhongyang in surprise. It seemed that the two of them already had a grudge against each other. When they thought of Zhuowen's words and the fact that Yun Zhongyang had rushed out of the heavenly venerable Ironman cave with a severed arm, it was obvious that what Yun Zhongyang had said about the Blood Soul Tree's encounter was false. His severed arm probably had something to do with Zhuowen. If Yun Zhongyang's severed arm had really been chopped off by Zhuowen, then this kid really wasn't ordinary. Although Yun Zhongyang wasn't as strong as the two of them, the difference wasn't too great. His strength was far superior to that of an ordinary early-stage heavenly venerable martialist, yet his arm had been chopped off by Zhuowen. Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom couldn't help but take another look at Zhuowen. Yun Zhongyang's expression darkened when he saw Zhuowen speak so bluntly. He sneered, you can only flaunt your sharp tongue during this period. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn later. Zhuowen's participation in this matter had completely stirred up the crowd below the Thousand Beast Bridge. Now that the three monstrous heavenly venerables had finally gathered together, it seemed like they were preparing to get rid of Zhuowen at the end of the bridge. When they thought of this possibility, everyone looked at Zhuowen with even more pity. Of all the people he could have provoked, he just had to provoke the three monstrous heavenly venerables. Wasn't he courting death? Big Brother Zhuo. The three of them are so despicable. It's fine if their cultivation is higher than Big Brother Zhuo's, but now the three of them are actually planning to join forces to get rid of Big Brother Zhuo. How despicable. Jia Nan and Gatha had already arrived at the end of the Thousand Beast Bridge. When they saw the scene at the end of the bridge, they clenched their fists and their eyes were filled with anger. Mo Lingtian had also arrived at the Supreme Being area at this moment. Naturally, he also saw the scene at the end of the bridge and frowned slightly. Clearly, he wasn't happy about the three monstrous heavenly venerables joining forces. Grand Lily followed behind Jia Nan and Gatha. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but land on Zhuowen. For some reason, when she found out that this unfamiliar youth was also called Zhuowen, her heart became very complicated. She kept thinking of Zhuowen's figure in her mind. However, the Zhuowen in front of her was too different from the Zhuowen of the Qing Xian Empire. Whether it was his temperament or appearance, they were completely different. The two of them were just people with the same name. Of course, if Grand Lily knew that this Zhuowen was really that Zhuowen, her heart would probably be even more flustered. Attack! On the end of the bridge, Yuan Zhao suddenly shouted. The purple lightning around his body became even more vigorous. His entire body was bathed in the purple lightning as if he was a god that had descended to the mortal world. Purple lightning fall. Pom was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. His entire body was enveloped in a terrifying sword radiance. Sword shadows transformed around him, sharp and powerful. In the end, they transformed into a huge sword that was dozens of feet long. Sword shadows transform into sword. Lastly, Yun Zhongyang stomped his foot and Yuan power surged out. It transformed into a terrifying ocean around him. On the surface of the ocean, layers of monstrous waves surged. On top of the monstrous waves, a terrifyingly huge blue whale surged out. Blue whale dive. In an instant, the three monstrous holy masters unleashed their powerful attacks at the same time. They swept towards Zhuowen, who was on the end of the bridge. The terrifying purple lightning, the huge sword that was surrounded by sword shadows, and the huge blue whale that was swimming in the ocean surged towards Zhuowen's head. They wanted to drown Zhuowen completely. Zhuowen is finished. The three monstrous holy masters are really joining forces to attack him. This is unbelievable. The entire Thousand Beasts bridge fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the three terrifying attacks that were like the might of the heavens. Their eyes were filled with awe. The power that the three attacks revealed was too terrifying. It made them want to prostrate themselves in admiration. Jia Nan and Gatha's faces turned pale. They could clearly feel how terrifying the three attacks were. Although Zhuowen had always been very powerful, the three monstrous holy masters were all extraordinary. The attacks that they unleashed were too terrifying. Boom! Finally, the three attacks landed at the end of the bridge. The young man that looked like a pine tree quietly stood at the end of the bridge. He raised his head slightly and stared at the three attacks that were like the might of the heavens. His eyes were filled with calmness. Demonization. First level of demonization. A faint voice rang out from Zhuowen's mouth. Soon after, the blood aura around him rose like steam. Zhuowen's eyes turned completely blood-red. His black hair was dyed red. The aura of the demon of slaughter soared into the sky, forming a terrifying blood pillar. If you want to fight, I'll fight. Zhuowen roared. Demonic intent surged from his body. Even the entire Thousand Beasts bridge trembled slightly under this demonic intent. It was as if it was about to yield to this powerful demonic intent. Boom! With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen instantly shot out. Blood aura revolved around his hand, turning into a 3-foot-long blood spear. Zhuowen's blood spear slashed out horizontally. Countless blood shadows surged out and rushed towards the three terrifying attacks. Bang! 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 The blood shadows wreaked havoc, almost covering the entire sky above the Thousand Beasts bridge. Terrifying blood clouds bloomed above Zhuowen, as if welcoming their demon king. Finally, the three attacks arrived in an instant and collided heavily with the blood shadows. Then, a terrifying force spread out. The entire Thousand Beasts bridge trembled once again. The other warriors on the bridge prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces filled with fear. This force was too terrifying. A strong sense of reverence and respect rose in their hearts. Yuan Zhao, Palm Tree, and Yun Zhongyang looked at Zhuowen with their brows furrowed. Yun Zhongyang was slightly better. After all, he had already seen the power of Zhuowen's demon of slaughter back in the Empyrean Iron Man cave. However, Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree were shocked. They didn't expect Zhuowen to have such a terrifying demonic power. The word demonic cultivator also popped up in their minds. Demonic cultivators were called demonic cultivators. Ordinary demonic cultivators willingly joined the demonic path in pursuit of greater power. This method of cultivation was very terrifying. If they weren't careful, they would become a mindless demon and lose themselves. Chapter 996. Breaking into the end of the bridge, he's actually a demonic cultivator. He's definitely a lunatic. Yuan Zhao narrowed his eyes. Any demonic cultivator had a resolute heart and an extreme insanity in their bones. As the saying goes, how can a demonic cultivator become a demonic cultivator if he isn't crazy? Break! 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 Zhuowen roared furiously as his blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Demonic chi filled the sky as a blood spear continuously slashed out. Under the shroud of his blood aura, it formed a terrifying attack. Explosions rang out. Following which, everyone on the Thousand Beasts Bridge was shocked to discover that under Zhuowen's frenzied slashes, the three terrifying attacks had actually stopped in midair. Some sharper cultivators even discovered that the three attacks that had stopped in mid-air were faintly showing signs of collapsing. Mo Sha. Zhuowen waved his right hand. Instantly, the blood spear in his hand split into 10 blood spears. Following which, the 10 blood spears flew out one after another, bombarding the surface of the three attacks one after another. The momentum was like a rainbow, each spear more terrifying than the last. Crack! Crisp cracking sounds rang out. Following which, everyone was shocked to discover that cracks had finally appeared on the three attacks. Furthermore, the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. In the end, the 10 blood spears pierced through the three attacks, causing them to completely collapse. It's broken. The entire Thousand Beasts Bridge fell into a strange silence. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the three attacks that had been broken. There was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. These three attacks were the joint attacks of three monstrous Empyrean geniuses. If it were any other monstrous Empyrean geniuses who could break through these three attacks, the crowd wouldn't be too surprised. However, the one who broke through these three attacks was merely a supreme being. Zhuowen had undoubtedly created a miracle. Not only did he not fall under the joint attack of the three monstrous heavenly sovereigns, but he had also broken through their attacks. This fellow. Yuan Zhao, and Yun Zhongyang took a few steps back as they stared in shock at the blood-red-haired, red-eyed youth that had soared into the sky. Don't hold back. Let's kill him together. Yuan Zhao was the first to regain his senses. With a cold snort, countless bolts of purple lightning gathered in his right hand and turned into a large spear that was surrounded by purple lightning. The purple lightning spear's aura was very powerful and wasn't any weaker than Zhuowen's divine sun cauldron. Obviously, it was also a superior royal spiritual treasure. Palm Master and Yun Zhongyang both nodded and took out their royal tier spirit treasures. With their talent and background, they naturally had royal tier spirit treasures. Yun Zhongyang still had the Neptune's halberd, while Palm Master had the long sword on her back. Kill! The three of them looked at each other and stepped out into the air, heading towards Zhuowen. They held their respective powerful spiritual treasures and surrounded Zhuowen. Zhuowen held the blood-red spear in his hand, and the bloodthirst in his eyes intensified. As he swung the blood-red spear, a terrifying demonic intent bloomed. Bang! 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 In an instant, the three heavenly sovereigns and Zhuowen engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying battle intent soared into the sky and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Zhuowen swung his blood spear but was suppressed by the three heavenly sovereigns. Although Zhuowen's combat strength was terrifying, it was a pity that the three heavenly sovereigns each used their full strength to fight against Zhuowen. Even Zhuowen was suppressed. Boom! Suddenly, Yuan Zhao circled behind Zhuowen and thrust the purple thunder great spear in his right hand at Zhuowen's back. He wanted to pierce through Zhuowen's entire body. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's blood-red eyes focused and he flicked the blood spear behind his back, knocking away Yuan Zhao's purple great spear. "Do you really think I didn't hold back?" Yuan Zhao sneered. His right palm struck out and landed on Zhuowen's back. Terrifying origin energy invaded Zhuowen's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Palm Master and Yun Zhongyang took the opportunity to flank Zhuowen from both sides. Palm Master swung her sword, and countless sword flowers bloomed, piercing through Zhuowen. Yun Zhongyang, on the other hand, looked even more ferocious. He swung his Neptune's halberd, aiming for Zhuowen's head. He wanted to kill Zhuowen with one blow. Palm Master's attack wasn't a sure kill, but Yun Zhongyang had a sinister intention. He wanted to kill Zhuowen once and for all. After reaching that line of thought, the chilliness in Zhuowen's eyes grew. Stamping his foot, an even more terrifying demonic energy surged out. Next, Zhuowen's blood-colored hair grew madly, reaching his waist. Second stage bedevilment. Monstrous demonic aura surged into the sky. Zhuowen's blood-red eyes became even more profound. Rolling blood-red clouds descended from the sky and surrounded Zhuowen's body. Then, the palm-shaped sword flower landed on the blood-red clouds, as if it had fallen into a swamp, and froze in midair. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out. Palm Master and Yuan Zhao were caught off guard and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their eyes were filled with fear. Zhuowen's devil chi had become much stronger. Yun Zhongyang's Neptune's halberd arrived just as expected. After stabbing into the blood-red clouds, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. He discovered that there was a strange suction force within the blood-red clouds that actually stopped his Neptune's halberd. This guy, Yun Zhongyang frowned. He wanted to pull out the sea god's halberd, but the suction force in the blood clouds was too strong. He couldn't pull it out at all. "Since you want to kill me, I won't hold back." A cold voice sounded. Yun Zhongyang raised his head and saw Zhuowen's strange blood eyes staring at him. Yun Zhongyang felt as if there was a knife on his back. "I have to leave." Yun Zhongyang's heart pounded. He realized that Zhuowen was much stronger than when he was in the Empyrean Iron Man cave. He was so strong that even Yun Zhongyang was afraid. Thinking of this, Yun Zhongyang didn't care about the sea god's halberd anymore. He let go of his right hand and stomped his foot, planning to retreat immediately. "You want to leave now?" "It's too late." Zhuowen's indifferent voice sounded. Zhuowen stretched out his left hand and grabbed Yun Zhongyang's right arm. Then, the blood spear turned into a bloody light and swept through Yun Zhongyang's right arm, bringing with it a stream of blood. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere. Yun Zhongyang howled in pain. His face was as pale as snow as he retreated. Zhuowen had cut off his arm again. Damn it, this guy had cut off his arm again. "You still want to leave? Do you think you can leave?" Zhuowen didn't hesitate to put the sea god's halberd into his spirit ring. Then, he stomped his foot. Carrying endless demonic might, he instantly appeared in front of Yun Zhongyang and stomped his foot on Yun Zhongyang's chest. Poochie! Yun Zhongyang spat out a mouthful of blood. His blood boiled as Zhuowen stomped on him. Then, Zhuowen waved his blood spear again, cutting off Yun Zhongyang's remaining arm. "Zhuowen! How dare you cut off my arms? The Blue Whale Dynasty won't let you go. You're dead!" Yun Zhongyang roared. He was filled with hatred. Last time, Zhuowen had cut off his arm in the Empyrean Iron Man cave and trampled on him. After all, it was only him and Zhuowen at that time. But now, he had joined forces with Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom. Moreover, in front of everyone, Zhuowen had cut off his arms and trampled on him. Yun Zhongyang had completely lost face. Pom, Yuan Zhao, what are you waiting for? Come over and take this little bastard away. I'm willing to pay any price if the two of you help me kill this little bastard. Yun Zhongyang suddenly roared at Yuan Zhao and Pom. Yuan Zhao and Pom looked at each other as if they had reached some kind of agreement. Then, with a stomp of their feet, they flew towards Zhuowen from two different directions. At this moment, Zhuowen was the biggest threat to them. They had no choice but to get rid of this guy first. This trash is for the two of you. Looking at Pom and Yuan Zhao, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fear. These two weren't people he could compare to. One was an early-stage Empyrean sword cultivator, while the other was a middle-stage Empyrean sword cultivator. The two of them together were extremely difficult to deal with. What Zhuowen wanted now was to cross the Myriad Beasts Bridge first. As for these two, he could deal with them later. Thinking of this, Zhuowen raised his leg and kicked Yun Zhongyang. Blood spurted out of the latter's body, and his blood boiled. Like a human bomb, he flew towards Pom and Yuan Zhao. Yuan Zhao and Pom's eyes flickered. In the end, they decided to stop Yun Zhongyang. After all, Yun Zhongyang was the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's crown prince. If he was killed in front of them, the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's people would definitely go crazy. They might even go to the forces behind them to make trouble. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhuowen suddenly rushed towards the 16th black-robed man, bringing with him surging demonic might to crush him. Not good. Stop this guy. After stopping Yun Zhongyang, Yuan Zhao and Pom noticed Zhuowen's actions. Their expressions changed drastically as they rushed towards Zhuowen, hoping to stop Zhuowen. You won't make it in time. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth revealed a trace of an evil smile. Subsequently, he threw a palm forward, and a powerful demonic aura bloomed. The 16th black-robed man was barely able to endure for a while before he directly collapsed. Zhuowen directly disappeared from the sight of the other two along the bridge. At the second stage of bedevilment, Zhuowen's combat strength was terrifying. Although the last black-robed man's cultivation had reached the peak heavenly venerable realm, due to many restrictions, his strength was much weaker than ordinary peak heavenly venerables. There was no way he could stop the second stage of bedevilment Zhuowen. When Yuan Zhao and Pom arrived at the end of the bridge, a new black-robed man had appeared. He stood in front of them, his eyes cold and merciless. Damn it! Get out of my way! Yuan Zhao's eyes were filled with rage as he swung the purple lightning spear in his hand. Instantly, the surroundings turned into a world of purple lightning. Even Pom Deva, who was beside him, was forced to take a few steps back. Her eyes were filled with shock. The black-robed man was not to be outdone. He struck out with his palm, creating countless palm prints. However, under the power of the purple lightning world, these palm prints were as fragile as paper. Die! The thousands of palm prints were forced back. Yuan Zhao's purple lightning spear pierced through the black-robed man's body. Then, the black-robed man was annihilated. Yuan Zhao disappeared from the end of the bridge and chased after Zhuowen. He could not let that brat Zhuowen become the #1 freshman. Otherwise, he would lose face. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.